we're back with some Reddit today because I do not feel like running the PlayStation, and I didn't play yesterday or the day before. So yeah, we're just gonna do some Reddit today. I need to switch over. I forgot to open it up as a scene projector though, so I need to do that. Okay, there we go. I don't know what to look at yet today. Oh, right, because I just switched over, so um, usually I already have it projected, so any messages would already be there. Are my bangs getting too long? I usually already have it projected, so it would have been. Oh, is mine? Sorry, it's been a few days, so I do not have everything set up properly. The pillow never covers right, then you see the white of it. Okay, I know I saw Peanut in here. Did you have any preferences on what I should read today? Anything at all? Popular. Eh, I don't know. How do I waste money quickly? Wait, why do they want to waste money quickly? What? Oh, that's bad. I didn't see that coming. You like true scary stories most. Um, they just learned last week they have terminal brain cancer. That has unfortunately grown so much that nothing can be done. Give them 9 months to live. The past 3 years I've been saving up to go to college next year, but since that won't be happening, I want to spend all the money before I die. I have a little over 24k saved up. I initially thought about leaving it to my siblings, but I remember that I have never actually enjoyed my life. I don't go out, I don't do substances, I hardly buy nice clothes. I've never smoked or touched alcohol, so they just give me expensive recommendations to spend this money. I know it's not a lot of money, but I just want to give myself a parting gift. So heavy. I did not expect that. Thank you to everyone for your recommendations. I live in Europe. I used dollar currency because I know most Reddit users live in the US. I've traveled around here a lot, but I've been... Oh, there's no button there. I've traveled around here a lot. I've been to all the Balkan countries, Greece. I go frequently to France and the Netherlands. I've been to Prague, Austria, Croatia, Czech Republic, Kenya, Senegal, Myanmar, how do we say this? Um, Namibia? Where is Namibia? What is? Nam... Oh, it's country in South Africa. Namibia. Okay. Vietnam, Bangladesh, Samoa, USA. Done my fair share of traveling, but I have been fainting a lot lately, and I'm prone to seizures, not so frequently though. So I'm trying to do something in my comfort zone that doesn't require too much physical energy. I may have also worded this post a little wrongly. I wasn't really looking for traveling recommendations. Oh, yeah, I've actually traveled a lot all the time with family. I wanted to do something for myself, personally, other than traveling. Hmm. Can I think of anything that I would suggest? I don't know. think a lot of people, if it's like, if you had money, what would you do? Go traveling and see these places that we've never seen. But, or buy like a house. Oh, that's terrifying. I would spend that money to go to the Mayo Clinic and get a second opinion. Cousin had a brain tumor, and first place said they couldn't do anything. Mayo was able to treat him, and he's doing well. I was going to say my nephew and a close friend from high school had brain tumor stage 4, and thankfully they are alive today. Cancer/tumor free. Why is my keyboard flickering? It has like a blue light behind it, and the directional pad thing was flickering, and it was distracting me. My bangs are really in my face today. Okay. Also, that probably looks really small for you guys, huh? My bad. Okay. Peanut wants true scary stories. Is that a specific subreddit? Okay. I feel like I need background music. It's really quiet, isn't it? True. I don't know if it is a subreddit. 5 online. Okay. It doesn't... What? There's something terrifying about how social media is changing our brains. No. We're not. That's not what we're looking for at all. Michigan State Warton Center update. May through July. Let's see. Zoom in. Your brain is changing because of social media, right? Spooky. If you are unfamiliar. My thing is... I'm gonna fix it. What did I just... Sorry. Don't mind me. Or do, but that's okay. Okay. I'm happier with that, I think. There we go. It's amazing. Okay. Michigan State Warton Center update 3 May July 2025. Spooky. If you are unfamiliar with what the Warton Center is... Where's my thing? Where's my audio lags when I do this, so I need to turn the monitoring of it off because I just can't. I feel like I'm talking over myself, and that does not do well. So you guys can still hear me, right? Like, and I'm like talking slower when I feel like I'm talking over myself, and I'm pretty sure it comes across annoying in that I'm talking slow. Now I wait. Okay, well the bar's still moving, so you guys should still be able to hear me. Okay. If you're unfamiliar with what the Wharton Center is, it's the one center. The one center is a theater on the outskirts of the University of Michigan State, where I work time to time. I worked as a all-purpose utility worker for the university, in real life, obviously, since January of this year. Little backstory about me. Ever since I was a kid, I've had a sixth sense. I can usually tell when something unseen is in a room, predict something happening before it happens, and see shadow apparitions. It's hard for me to read because some of it I'm like, oh yeah, but then it's like when people talk about like ghosts, I might believe in ghosts, but I'm not like, I don't believe in like ghosts that can actually harm you, and that might be a difference. And then there's a lot of things that I'm always like, oh, the paranormal stories are lame, so you don't want me to read this. How long is this? It's not that long. I'll finish reading it. Unseen interrupt, something happened. See shadow apparitions. So now for the update on the Warton Center. As per usual, footsteps and slamming doors in the late hours of the shift, 2 to 4 a.m. The recent passing of Miss Warton, one of the university's backers, or something IDK, I've noticed a female apparition appearing in the Great Hall Theater. She distances herself, hiding in dark corners of the theater, and it's very weird because she's like transparent. You can see right through her. But at the same time, you can see her. Just the other night, my coworker texted me out of the blue asking if I was messing with him. I wasn't. I was scrolling through Instagram. He told me to meet up with him on the second floor, and on my way down, I got the feeling that something isn't right. And I was shocked when the door was slamming open and closed repeatedly. And when we both sat there and watched it happen in shock, it randomly stopped, and the lights to the room went out. Yeah, it's always hard for me to read those because I'm like, when it's online and not happening to you, it's easy to be like, yeah, they're just making it up. I don't know. Old man at the bar, repost and update, not the lights. Now you make me want to intentionally read the paranormal stories and just make fun of them. But I would feel so bad doing that. Because true scary certified. Who certifies it? You such dumb bitch. 6969. Great name there. Okay. Friday, I 50 or 50. I read F as 50. Friday, I, female 28, work as a bar attender. Bartender. I'm good. I swear I'm good. I know what I'm saying. Okay. Work as a bartender in a bar/restaurant. Tonight at work, I have a very strange old man come in for a drink. As soon as he sat down, I had a bad feeling about him. He ordered a beer and started talking about his day and whatnot. He said he's from the area, but moved to the state capital back in the 70s or 80s, and that he visits for 1 week every July. Yeah. The conversation was normal for about 10 minutes. He'd continue by telling me about his family and what it was like growing up here. After the conversation had finished, he pulled out envelopes with stacks of photos in them. I think I'm getting scared now. Just 'cause I could see where it could be going. 'Cause, you know, if you're a serial killer, it works well to do it not at a place that you live. And then the photos would be, trophies. But, let's just keep reading. My gut was telling me the photos were something bad, but I'd hoped it was just photos from his trips. The first one was an AI-generated photo of a cat on a surfboard. Okay. But after that, all the other ones were of young women. The photos were all AI-generated, And all the women in the photos he was showing me were celebrities wearing a typical Daisy Duke outfit. Okay, this is just weird. Um, not trophies then, but what? I tried to be friendly and told him how crazy it is that the internet can make these photos of celebrities look so real. At one point, he did show me a picture of a real lady that he watches on YouTube, but it was similar to the other photos. She was wearing tiny shorts bent over the engine of her truck. At this point, the cooks were leaving for the night, and I was the only employee left in the building. I'm just so thrown off. So he did these AI photos, and then... Wait, was he showing them on his... No, his envelope with stacks. He printed them out. I guess, yeah, 70s or 80s. Those people will still print things, right? But 70 or 80... No, that's not what he said. That's not his age. He moved to the state capital in the 80s. I should just say strange old man. How old are we talking? Old man. How old? Okay. Not 70 or 80, though. That would be... I don't know. Watched on YouTube, but it was so much... At this point, the cooks were leaving for the night, and I was the only employee left in the building. The owner was in the office working on paperwork. I went back to let my boss know that I was getting a really weird vibe from the guy. He agreed, saying the cooks were talking about him, and a coworker had talked to the old man the previous night outside of work. He thanked me for letting him know, asked me to get him if anything else happens, and I went back to work. He shuffled through his photos again, looking for some to show me, but let me know he couldn't show me any because the women were only wearing their panties or nothing at all. So he's a creep. Maybe not murderer, but creep. We don't know. I tried to avoid the guy after that, but there were only a few other patrons in the building, and they were all sitting at tables. I went to do some cleaning behind the bar, and he started talking about the girl from YouTube and how young and pretty she is. He pointed out that she looks like a teenager, and that's why he liked her videos so much. Okay. Sorry. She liked her because she looks like a teenager. That's terrible. So disgusting. But it told me she's in her 30s. You should like them for their content, not because, oh, they look like a teenager. It would be one thing to just say that you think she's attractive, but to say it's because she looks like a teenager. You're thinking it, I'm thinking it, we're all thinking it. She told me she's in her 30s. As a woman similar in age and looks, this made me extremely uncomfortable. I feel it. Being in my 30s and always having looked younger. There was a while where it was like, if guys were into me, it's like, what does that say anything about them? If I'm, when I was in like mid to late 20s, but I looked more like a teenager, what did that say about any guys who liked me? When I was in my early 20s and still looked like I was younger than, like I was underage. Okay. I ignored the comments about her and he started talking about his family again. I was responding with bare minimum responses, just trying to make it to close in 15 minutes. Oh, what time is it? Because they work in a bar. And if it's about closing time, how late that could be. Like 3 in the morning. I don't know. 2 in the morning? What time I don't know where they live. Or what time their bar closes. I don't frequent bars, so... I thought they usually close around 2 or 3 in the morning. Ignore the comments. Start talking. No. Close in 15 minutes. All the patrons had left at this point except him, and I let him know we would be closing very soon and he should start gathering his things. Instead of picking up his photos, he said something about why he moved to the state capital. I was barely listening at this point until he said he was told to leave the city. I didn't say anything or ask about it, but he continued saying the county court had him sent away all those years ago. Why wouldn't they just, I don't know. Oh, I guess if there's not evidence to be able to lock him up? Is that when that happens? But then they just make him someone else's problem, and that's terrible. Okay. I didn't say anything or ask about it, but he continued saying the county court had him sent away all those years ago. At this point, I'm about to just tell the owner to kick him out, when he starts talking about why he was sent there. It was a story of how he did something breast-related to a girl in elementary school. Was he in elementary school, or he did something to a girl who was... I'm not very good at guessing people's ages, okay. But there's no way this man was in elementary school in the 70s to 80s. So, yeah, he was not himself in elementary school. He said the girl told the teacher on him, even though it didn't happen. No one believed him, so he got sent away. He said he was resentful toward this girl for many, many years until he heard she had special needs and isn't mentally capable of making up a lie like that. Interesting. Yeah. Why does my mind first goes to, autism? But that is not what they said. They said special needs. And people with autism are not fully incapable of lying, but some of the things that people accuse them of lying about it, they're like, why would I ever lie about that? And yes, that kind of... for what purpose? Anyways. Hello! Hello, hello! Welcome in. We're reading some true scary stories. I was dumbfounded. I couldn't tell if he was saying he did it, or if he was implying the teacher was the one lying. We were closing in 2 minutes at this point, so I tried to wrap up his conversation by telling him I hope his trip was nice and to have a safe trip home. He slowly packed his things, and I walked around the bar to the tables by the front door. The screen projector's weird. 'Cause on my own screen I'll see the cursor that does the lines. But you guys don't see it. You don't see it until I move it, and then it turns into that. So that is throwing me off when I watch that screen. Oh. Sorry, I didn't see your, no, that's fine. No, it's not that subreddit. You're good. And you're good. You're saying that's fine. We're reading Reddit, so you can say asshole all you want. Couldn't tell if he was... Yeah, you aren't like you. It can't English this. Yeah, you aren't like you. Gonna overthink it, but okay. You said nothing. Okay. I couldn't tell if it was... We were closing... tried to wrap up his conversation by telling him I hope his trip was nice and to have a safe trip home. He slowly packed his things, and I walked around the bar to the tables by the front door to lock it after him. That I didn't tell you, to you, that you are, yeah, yep. Yeah, the automod whatever thing just is not very good at understanding. There's other things that it's caught, and I'm like, what? It's like bullying, and I'm like, that's not what they were saying. Automod, what are you doing? Okay. Anyways, to lock the door after he left, he walked toward the door slower than I've ever seen anyone walk in my life. And he'd always walk toward me, even if I was standing away from the door. I was terrified at this point, so I called my husband and put my phone in my pocket in case something happened. At that moment, the owner turned half the lights off and walked to me. I politely told the man he has to leave now, and again I said I hope he has a safe trip. As he opened the door to leave, he turned back around, made eye contact with me, which he hadn't done the whole time he was there, and said, I'll probably be back in tomorrow to see you. I don't leave town until Sunday. Update. Saturday. I went into work tonight and immediately told my coworkers of the encounter. We were all joking around about the man, and at one point I told them if he does come back in, I'm going to card him just to get his name, so I can do a Google search on him. I wanted to know if he was just creepy or if there was a legit reason my gut wasn't sitting right about him. Well, he already told you about the groping thing. I think that's... and that the one county kicked him out of their town. I think that gives you enough to know that this guy's probably not safe. Also, I just find that so unfortunate. They're just like, well, we don't have evidence to prove that you did this, but you're not allowed to be here anymore. It just makes him into somebody else's problem. I don't know if there's a way we could, like, revamp laws to do something about people who are creeps when we can't prove that they did anything. But then we have that whole, innocent until proven guilty thing. I went into work tonight and immediately told my coworkers in the encounter. They were all joking around about the man, and at one point I told them, if he does come back in, I'm going to guard him. Oh, I read that part. I wanted to know if he was just a creep, if there was a legit reason my gut wasn't sitting right about him. My coworker who had talked to him outside of work interjected, telling us his first name. The rest of the night went by smoothly, and the old man hadn't come back. Some male coworkers walked all of the women out to their cars just to make sure they left safe in case he was lingering outside. When I got home, I spent an hour or so searching for this man online. I'd look at mug shots for all the men who shared his first name. That's... oh, why did it block that as well? Where's my... yes, creeps do be creepy. Sorry, I'll try to keep... is that screen tilted more than usual? Looks like it's angled more. Did I don't know. I need to clean up my desk and, like, get it set up better. Now it's tilted more than it usually was, but it makes it a lot easier to look at. Okay. I spent an hour or so searching for this man online. I'd look at mugshots for all the men who shared his first name. How much did they go through? That is some deep diving. But if they knew that he had been kicked out of that one county, then... I eventually found him and my heart dropped. I clicked on his mugshot and it was met with an article about a murder that had occurred in the 90s. Wasn't I saying something about murder to begin with? And then I thought it was just... Okay, let's continue. In the article, it stated he was the prime suspect in the murder. The only DNA evidence police had found was linked to him. He was sent to prison, and after investigations revealed his mental state, they did another round of testing on the DNA. The second round came up saying he wasn't the killer, so he got released. Or at least his DNA didn't match. Doesn't mean he wasn't possibly involved. Who knows if there was only one person involved? Maybe the DNA was of a second party. Anyways, for conjecture here on my part. Sometimes it foams over from the top of the straw. I then found a handful of Reddit posts from the state capitol about the old man. He's somewhat famous in the area for creeping out young women at their workplaces. The stories were eerily similar to mine and even happened to mothers when they were teens and now they're teen daughters. Is that what they meant to say? I think. I learned that a majority of the people strongly believed this man was guilty of the murder, and after everything I had read, I believed it too. I had an overwhelming sense that I should not have engaged with this man as much as I had. I shouldn't have been polite. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that, but... You never know. Some creeps out there, if you are polite to them, they might be more likely to target you. And other creeps out there, if you are not polite to them, they might be more likely to target you. And you just never know what they're targeting. Sometimes you could be nice. You could be mean. It doesn't matter, they're going to target you anyway. But yeah. Sometimes I stick with being polite just because I get more worried about people, if I'm rude, that they will target me. Okay. Yeah, just follow your instincts. Just, maybe they're just saying that they were a little bit too polite and they could have just been more flat-toned. I've only been able to sleep a few hours the past few nights. I'm not necessarily scared of him, but I can't stop thinking about these teen girls who see him regularly. I had the one encounter and it shook me to my core. I hope I never meet this man again. You should be a bit scared of him. Yes. Oh, there's only the one comment. I don't know, it seemed like it was like repost and update. Oh, at least that one kind of had a, that, she looked him up later and this stuff happened. Which is what I like to see. Otherwise it's like, oh yeah, this man was creeping me out, and then he left, and then nothing else happened. And I'm like, what is that called? Validation? Validation of that what I was feeling was correct. Otherwise, sometimes I'm just like, were you just kind of freaking out for no reason? T-Man encounter in a brick factory? Sorry. I won't make fun of people. Still can't explain what we saw. A naked man crossed the road in front of us. Oh, then he vanished. It's like, do they mean he actually vanished, or they like turned around and then he was gone? That's what I don't know. Are they, hinting at it being paranormal? Or are they just like, there was a dude, where'd he go? kind of like those ones, because then some people will be like, oh, it's paranormal, and other people are like, did he die? Where'd he go? Did he just fall off the cliff? Saved my son from kidnapper. Man chased kids at elementary school park around 9 p.m. 9 p.m. Not a.m., but p.m. I guess it's staying later out later, so it's not too weird for kids to be out playing at 9 p.m. Okay. I want to share a terrifying incident that just happened tonight involving my 11-year-old son and two of his friends, aged 10 and 14. They were playing at the local elementary school park near our apartment, enjoying a summer evening like any kids should be able to do safely. It was around 9 p.m., still light outside, and I had just settled in when my son phoned me in complete panic. He told me that a man was chasing them, jumping fences, physically trying to catch them. The fear in his voice was unmistakable. As a parent, nothing prepares you for that kind of call. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my keys, jumped into my SUV, and sped around the corner to where they were. I stayed on the phone with my son, trying to reassure him, while hearing the chaos unfold in the background. As I arrived on the school road, I saw the man actively pursuing the kids through the field. I always stop and I'm trying to picture the scene, and I'm when did the kid pause to call the mom? Was he calling him her while running? I'm not saying this didn't happen, but I'm always did they find a little place to hide and then that's when he called her? But we're getting it from her side, not his, so. And yeah, no way in that moment is he gonna say, oh, I called you as soon as, I think if he was running while calling her, she would have maybe been able to pick up. I don't know. Sorry, I overthink things. I did what any protective parent would do. I drove toward him, not hitting him directly, but getting close enough to stop the chase. I jumped out of my vehicle and confronted him. Is this... Wait. I do not know if OP is a man or a woman. Okay, I don't see anything that says. I did what any protective parent would do. I drove toward him, not hitting him directly, but getting close enough to stop the chase. I jumped out of my vehicle and confronted him face to face. I could see, a dad doing that. But I could see moms doing that when it's their children as well. Being brave enough to go face to face with a man. Okay. He was clearly intoxicated and stunned that someone had intervened. I demanded to know what he was doing, used some not-so-polite words, and made sure he understood how serious this was. He didn't offer much of an explanation, just mumbled and eventually took off down the block. Meanwhile, my son and his friends were shaking and terrified. It was genuinely a life-threatening situation for these kids, and I'm grateful nothing worse happened. But the emotional impact is real, and I won't let this be swept under the rug. The reason why I'm if it was... I feel like it's probably a dad. Because if this creep going after 3 juveniles? Somebody over 10 between 10 and 14. I'm just thinking about library. The people that age, you're reading from the juvenile section, right? So they're juveniles. Anyway, if he's, not concerned about going after 3 of them, would he really be that scared if a woman confronted him? I don't know. We keep reading, I swear. I'm not getting distracted. I'm grateful nothing worse happened, but the emotional impact is real and I won't let this be swept under the rug. I plan to file a police report tomorrow to make sure this is documented properly. I'm also posting this here in hopes of warning other parents in the area. Please check in with your kids if they've been out tonight near elementary. Where did they... I'm sorry, is their town named Elementary? I'm so confused. Also, is this AI? It's got a lot of dashes. A lot of dashes. If anyone else encountered something similar or saw this man, I'd urge you to contact authorities. This kind of behavior, especially in a public space meant for children, is completely unacceptable. I don't think anyone thinks it is acceptable. Why is it necessary to say that? Okay. I'm incredibly proud of the kids for running and calling for help, and thankfully I got there in time. Let's look out for one another, stay informed, and make sure our local parks remain safe places for everyone. Also, sometimes people might use AI just if they're not good at writing things out, just to make it read better. So I don't automatically say, oh, it's written by AI, that makes it fake. It might be written by AI, but they might have just been like, hey, can you tidy this up? Anyways, I called and told the and based on how they're typing in the comments, I would bet that they did use AI to make it look... They're using the ampersand instead of just saying and. I just find that amusing. Ampersand. Who's the other one? Ampersand. Okay, I called and told the RCMP officer what happened. He took down my info and... Oh, thank you for following. They will be looking for the guy. Hello, welcome. What, where, what's... That's what I'm like. Okay, now they said where. Campbell River, BC, Canada. Canada. Good job, ChatGPT. Yeah, see. That's exactly what they said. That's what I said, right? It's my story. I just suck with grammar, so I just plugged in my story just to make it readable. I called it. At least I'm, do kind of... Yeah. I called it. Okay. I wonder if this cranky man was in a drunken state and thought the boys were tormenting him in some way. Laughing, staring, etc. Yeah, probably the kid's fault. Jeez. Yeah. Good job, Mom/Dad. I'm glad your son was okay. Okay. Yeah. Ugh. Ugh, I can't even... I guess a child I was always taught, like, safety in numbers, so I'm surprised that, there's 3 of them and he was still going after them. Like... I like to overly logic things sometimes. But, sometimes I'll catch things that other people don't see, so... Dream signs! No, I'm just reading some, true scary stories right now. What time is it? Oh, wait, where's my... I need to open up the... There, so I can see when the ad starts. Sorry, just missing those. How my teacher got fired. Oh no! Is that spooky or just creepy? So recently my friend told me that one of our old teachers, grade 3, showed his banana emoji to him. My friend told me that one of our old teachers showed his banana to him in Messenger while he was in the class, while he was in 3rd grade, or did the teacher do this recently? And I thought it was not true until he said to his other friend, to me, that it is actually true. Until he sent his other friend to me? Wait, what? And I was chuckling at first, thinking it's a joke, and realizing it's true. My jaw dropped, and my sister, my friend's other friend, what's going on? Just reading ahead. Like, what? My jaw dropped, and my sister, my friend's other friend? So your sister is friends with your other friend? What is going on? Said that he's a rock star / singer? Question mark? What is going on? And my friend said that he's famous too. What is going on? I actually tried to investigate more. They're a rock star singer who's also a teacher and the 3rd grade teacher. And your sister is also your friend's other friend. My brain hurts, guys. My brain hurts. I actually tried to investigate more, and by the way, his surname is... Why are we name dropping? In Manila, Philippines. And thank you if you call authorities or police. Sorry if my English is bad. Why are you hosting here instead of just going to tell the police yourself? Are they looking for other people that this happened to? I'm so confused. But yeah, this is why other people use ChatGPT. Because what in the English? At least they apologized if their English is bad. But I'm just... It's not even... I mean, it was a little bit that with the... Until he said to his other friend, to me. What is that he's a rock star / singer, but he's also a 3rd grade teacher? I don't understand, guys. I don't understand. Tell your parents. Yeah, how old is OP? Tell your parents and show them the evidence so y'all can report them to police. You won't get in trouble, you did nothing wrong. I don't have evidence, but he has evidence because he texted him in his iPad, so he could just show me evidence. What did I just read? I'm with them. Yep, yes, it's actually true, and I got shocked. I don't think that's what they're saying, and what did I just read? Not that... There's no way this is true. That's a... I can't comprehend your every... Yeah, that made no sense. What do you mean? What do you... Make it make sense. Anybody, please. I can't. We're leaving. We're walking away. Okay. My grand's house was creepy as hell. Is this gonna be like... Yeah, old Victorian house. It's not... It's gonna be paranormal, which Peanut said they did not care for. So we're not doing any of that. Disturbing. I don't know if I want to read something that's disturbing. Oh, it was right there in the title. I was filmed licking my ice cream cone. Mayor 13. Yeah, this is why sometimes I just don't... I'll get ice cream that you scoop. Even eating bananas, I will like break off a piece and then eat it because I'm like perverts out there. Everywhere. You just know. Sometimes like, it's like, oh, if I pull out a banana, there's like guys around, they're like, oh, and then like, they're gonna watch you, and you're just like, What the fuck, dude? Nana. I'm 13. This happened a little over an hour ago. I am home now, and I am safe. To start this off, I was at dinner with my family. This restaurant has a large outdoor seating area because it's a barbecue restaurant. This was after I had finished eating. My mom allowed me to get an ice cream cone. I was licking it in heaven because it was so good. When I get the good feeling to look to the left. So I did. Where was I at? Sitting at the bar, a table away, was a man who looked to be in his 50s, 60s. Twisted at the waist, holding his phone up to face me. When I looked into the camera, he pans it off to make it look like he was filming around the restaurant. I keep staring at the phone because I'm obviously sketched out, and I watch him play back the video. At first, he's filming the sign behind me, so I thought I overreacted. I decided to keep watching. How were they able to see his video? What? I keep staring at the phone because I'm obviously sketched out. And I watch him play back the video. Okay, so he's not far enough away. So he's doing this. They're over there. He's there, he turned toward them. So then when he turns back and he's on his phone, there might be an angle where they could see the phone. Because they probably weren't that far. I'm logicking it. When I look into the camera... Oh, wait. He's... and I watch him play back the video. At first, he's filming the signs behind me, so I thought I overreacted. I guess he doesn't realize that I can see him watching the video. I decided to keep watching, and lo and behold, I see myself in the screen, licking my ice cream. Not just that, but he zoomed in on me. So it's obvious I was the main focus. And he kept filming like that for 23 seconds, I counted, before I caught him. I should also note I have really bad anxiety, but I had just recently gotten off my medication. So after this happens, I feel myself start to have a panic attack. I hand my mom my ice cream and speed walk to the bathroom with my phone, and go into the stall and begin texting my BSF. To calm down. I feel really bad because after I came in, there was a line for the bathroom. So I left the stall with tears still in my eyes, which was honestly kind of embarrassing because everyone was looking at me weirdly. Eventually the BSF. Eventually she tells me to tell someone, so I text my mom to come in. I tell her everything I saw, so she tells me to stay in the bathroom because obviously she doesn't want me around that guy. And what I'm going to tell next is from what my mom told me happened. She said she went to go get the manager and told her what happened, and she was very concerned. My mom went to go tell my dad, and she said he looked livid. I gave my mom a clear description of the guy, and she leads the manager over as well as my dad. The manager brought over 8 busboys to confront the guy with my dad. Now this is from my dad's side because my mom quickly got my younger brother and I out of the restaurant. The guy showed my dad the video, but when I got into screen, he swiped and said that was it, but everyone had seen me in the video, clearly. I know this isn't
going to be my last creepy encounter with a man. I just wish it hadn't happened when I'm still so young. This world is a gross place, y'all. Stay safe. Indeed. Indeed. Uh, was I assuming OP's gender identity? I don't. No, it makes sense that OP is a girl because the mom came into the bathroom. Ah, mommy? Okay. I don't understand that comment. Ah, mommy? Are you saying that they are overreacting? I don't know. Or are you saying that you would do the same thing? I mean, I don't know how old you are. Was that an edit that came later? Because right at the beginning they said I'm 13. Right there at the beginning. We have an ad in progress for people on desktop, and I'm going to take this moment to finish eating my sandwich. I will mute my microphone, but you guys can watch me. Okay, so here they were answering the same thing I was wondering. This person said, I don't know how old you are. If you have to ask if you can get ice cream, they said they were 13. It makes sense, 13-year-old would say, hey, mom, dad, can I get an ice cream? I don't buy the story at all. How do you see him play the video back if he had the camera pointed at you? You don't have to believe it, I'm 13, and it's my parents' money, so yes, I have to ask to get ice cream after dinner. He had the camera pointed at me, but he was at a bar, so the table was elevated high. He didn't have the phone over his shoulder, it was up right on the table. And half of it was covered by his forearm, but I know it was me because I saw the color shirt I was wearing at the shoulders, my hair, and a white blob, which was my ice cream. He played the video back once he ended the recording. I should have specified. Yeah, I thought that was... Maybe they edited. I don't know. But yeah. I just stopped midway and was like... processing. Oh. I believe you, I was 11 when a man I didn't know first made me feel scared and unsafe. People are sick. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. With ice cream, I'm not... I was kind of... Some of the parameters in the story was kind of like... But... Overall, I could totally believe this stuff happens every day. You just want to eat an ice cream and guys are like, oh, what'd that tongue do? And you're just like, can you not sexualize me for like, ever? You should, I don't know. Okay. Something was in the chapel. That's probably not. Somebody tried to rob/kill me. I live in a communal area with a large back garden. In a couple of days, I'm planning a camping trip, and I recently bought a new tent for it. I wanted to make sure everything was in working order, so I decided to set it up in the garden for a quick test run. It was pretty late when I started, around 11:30 p.m. That is pretty late to be. How old is OP? They did not say, did they? I like that info. I don't know if it's important in this kind of thing, but... Fiddling with the tent took longer than expected, but eventually I got it all set up and was ready to take it down again and head inside. That's when I saw them. Is that a plural or just a non-binary individual? Just as I turned to leave, there was a figure in all black. Non-binary individual. Okay. Or not obvious. No obvious binary. A figure in all black standing completely still, watching me. They said nothing, just stood there, motionless, blocking the path I needed to take to get home. Oh. Yeah. Ooh. I started walking toward them, slowly, unsure if I should say something. Before I could make up my mind, the figure turned and began pacing away from me. Not running, just calmly walking off, like they'd been waiting for me to notice them. I didn't call after them. I didn't speed up. I just kept walking, a chill growing in my spine. The figure turned the same corner I needed to take to reach my front door, but when I rounded the bend, nothing. They were gone. No sound, no sign of anyone, just empty space. I got inside quickly, locked the door behind me, and stood there thinking about what I'd just seen. I don't know if it was someone waiting for me to fall asleep out there, to rob me, or worse, or if it was something else entirely, something not quite human. Either way, the excitement I had for this camping trip has taken a hit. It's hard to look forward to sleeping in a tent after that. But what does it say? Oh, it did say pretty sure. I missed that. But the fact that when they walked toward them, the person walked away. I don't know. Wholly misleading title. I felt like even the most innocent actions are taken as ominous these days. I mean, to be fair, to see somebody who's like dressed head to toe in black at 1 a.m. is a bit... Maybe I just don't tend to stare at strangers at 1 a.m., so that's why it comes off as ominous to me. Like, dude legit just looked at me for 5 seconds and didn't move until I started walking in his direction. Yeah, if the person was going to rob or murder you, they would have attempted to. Just because someone's out late in the same vicinity as you doesn't mean they are out to get you. Also, looking at the person for 5 seconds isn't staring. Well, it's completely normal. These examples you've given as to why you thought you were in danger are comicable. And like someone else said, that maybe they thought you were there to do something shady, because putting up a tent in a communal garden at 1 a.m. isn't that normal either. Yeah, honestly, sorry, my bad. Next time a person is just staring at me in the shadows, I will go to sleep just to prove how right you guys are about me being paranoid. Situational awareness is definitely not needed at night. Jeez, OP. OP, OP, OP. Like, I think them jumping to the conclusion that they were going to be robbed or murdered is a bit much. Nobody is saying not to be, like, aware or, wary of people, but when you put clickbait titles, you were going to rob and murder them. Everyone here has somehow coordinated. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Everyone here has somehow coordinated a collective gaslight for some reason. Pretty impressive stuff, I must say. Good thing I watched cartoons as a kid and know that strangers staring at you is usually a bad sign. If it is 1 a.m., so this won't affect me too much. Yeah, everybody is, like, telling you, like, but no, you're not gonna listen to anybody. Everybody collectively gaslighting you. Although, I don't know. I could see that happening in some cases. It just has to be a certain group, though, that's, like, that's not what's going on here. You're just over-imagining and blowing things out of proportion. Don't worry about it so much. You have no clue what was going on with this 1 a.m. person. Yeah. I'm gonna think about it for half a second. Maybe they were lonely and they wanted to be your friend, but they have anxiety and you started walking toward them and that scared them. They were staring at them because they were working up their courage to be like, can we be friends? I want to go camping too. And then they would kill you when you were both asleep in the tent together. I don't know. Okay. Continuous loop dream. Ooh. But, this says paranormal. I almost let the salesman come in. That's such a clickbaity title, and I want to click on it. How much... Wait, it's not gonna show the whole thing? I have to click over to that one? I thought it would show it without me having to click over. I'm not clicking over. Yeah, see, this one, it shows it. Why does this one not? Oh, is it a video or something? This one's also from Paranormal. My abusive ex haunted me and cursed me. Okay. My skeptic father still can't explain what he saw in Novel Mountain. He is watching me. Wait. There was just too many of those paranormal ones, and I don't know if this is also paranormal. I don't think it is. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Hello. I prefer to keep my name anonymous for now. Why did they need to clarify that? I've never seen a post where like, hello, I'm... And the thing even says, Jimmy, me. They can't just say I'm Jimmy? Is that the real name? I mean, it's right there. I preferred to keep my name... I've never seen a post start like that. Or even like, hello, I'm Jimmy. Like, wait, and I prefer to keep my name anonymous for now. So let me get straight to the point. I'm from Florida, and I've always loved traveling and discovering new places. A month ago, I decided to take my first trip abroad, to Iraq. I was curious about its culture and history, and I thought it would be an adventure. Unfortunately, it turned out to be my first and last trip overseas, because they are dead and they are a ghost when they're writing this. I mean, you can't say for sure. They don't have any future plans to go overseas again. Sorry. When I landed in Iraq, I met a man who offered to help me find an apartment. They just went in without knowing where they were going to sleep at night? How long were they staying? What is going on? A month ago, I decided to take my first trip abroad to Iraq. What a place to choose as your first place. I don't know. Where are they from? Are they from the US? I have no idea. Oh, what they did say. I was curious about its culture and history, and I thought it would be an adventure. Unfortunately, it turned out to be my first and last trip overseas. When I landed in Iraq, I met a man who offered to help me find an apartment. So they did not plan ahead. Oh, okay, yeah, there's people like that. Flying by the seat of their pants. He said he could get me a spacious, modern, fully furnished place, but I'm like, this is more than just a trip then if you're going to get an apartment. I don't know, I've never, gone abroad, but it's like, yeah, I guess if you're staying there for a month, that you wouldn't want to just rent a hotel room for a whole month. I feel like if you're planning to stay there a month, you should plan ahead. And get, a booking agent and all that kind of stuff. Anyways, I'm gonna move past that. I met a man who offered to help me find an apartment. He said he could get me a spacious, modern, fully furnished place for a reasonable price. It sounded convenient, so I agreed to rent it for $400 for 1 month. After a long day of walking around the city and soaking in the news sites, I finally reached the apartment late at night, completely exhausted. I'd read somewhere that people in the Arab world just slightly focusing on that. I'm like, should they have said Arabian instead of just Arab world? What called it? I don't know. Something that's just kind of Sometimes sleep on their rooftops during warm nights to enjoy the fresh air. I thought that would be an interesting thing to try. So I grabbed a mattress, carried it up to the roof, laid it out, and fell asleep almost immediately around 10 p.m. I was so tired that I didn't even notice anything around me until about 4 hours later when something woke me up. My mind just went back to the beginning, where it's like my first and last trip abroad. Because they went to Iraq, and that they're never gonna try to go to other countries. Almost immediately. So I was so tired that I didn't notice anything around me until about 4 hours later when something woke me up. I opened my eyes and felt this strange, chilling feeling that I wasn't alone. Well, yeah, that's what happens when you don't fall asleep inside locked doors. I'm also confused because they said that they were renting an apartment, right? So usually, there's multiple places in an apartment. So anyone else who lives in those apartments could also go up to the roof. You're not renting like an Airbnb where you could easily go up on the roof and nobody should have access to that rooftop. I overthink things. Welcome. Nice to meet you guys. um, I've opened my eyes and felt this strange, chilling feeling that I wasn't alone. I looked around in the darkness, and to my horror, I saw half of a man's head peeking over the edge of the neighboring rooftop. Yeah, so he wanted to sleep on his roof too, and maybe you were snoring, and he... Sorry. I will... I keep breaking the mood. I can't read scary stories seriously, because I'm always like... He was just sitting there, completely still, staring straight at me. His breathing sounded slow and oddly cold, and there was this faint, unsettling smile on his face. It was so dark that I couldn't see his full face or even his skin tone clearly. I froze in place, unable to move or even think straight for a few seconds. Finally, instinct kicked in. I jumped up, grabbed my phone, ran down the stairs, and locked myself inside. My hands were shaking as I called the local police and told them that someone was spying on me from the next rooftop. Continue reading, continue reading, continue reading. I filed a report, and about 2 hours later, the police went to the man's place. They found him drunk, holding a knife. He was... Okay, I was not expecting that. They found him drunk, holding a knife. He was apparently planning to come over and attack me while I slept. When the police questioned him, he tried to twist the story and said that why was he still holding the knife when the police showed up? When the police questioned him, he tried to twist the story and said that I was the one who had threatened him and told him I'd break into his house. None of that was true. Thankfully, the police realized he was lying and arrested him. He turned out to be mentally unstable and dangerous. That night, I stayed awake, grateful that I had woken up in time. Early the next morning, I booked the first flight back to Florida to be with my family. Right now, I'm on the plane writing this down to get it off my chest. This is one of the scariest moments of my life. I've always believed that travel makes you wiser, but it also teaches you that danger can show up anywhere. I truly hope I never see that man again. And to anyone reading this, please, always be careful when you travel. And do not sleep outside on top of rooftops. They did not say that, but... common sense. A little bit, okay? Some adventures aren't worth the risk. Did the comets eat him alive? Hopefully. Let's see. Okay. Sadly, there are some countries you can't safely visit on your own. I'm so sorry this happened to you, and so... Okay, now we're just being bad. You went to Iraq, but... Which could be... I don't know. I don't know how relations are with Iraq at the moment. But I could see people in Iraq... I don't know where OP's from. If OP is from America, but... I know when I was in school, a decade ago... Longer. Oh my gosh. Okay, it was always advised that if you go travel through a lot of, like, the Middle East, that you pretend you're from some other country in Europe and don't ever tell anyone that you're an American. It's a true story. then like a lot of people were like, "Oh, could you say I'm from the UK?" But it's like, or from what was that before it was even called UK? Was it still England at the time? Oh, so say I'm from England, and it's like a lot of us Americans cannot pass as somebody from England. like, like me, I could probably pass as being like Polish or something, or Irish. I have a lot of Irish in me, but then I would need to, develop an accent. But yeah, that during my school years at least, it was like, do not, if you're traveling in certain countries, do not tell them that you are from America. I went there because I wanted to see the Malwiya minaret in Samara. Ugh, what a mistake. You should have continued your trip. I mean, yeah, you was scared, but you and local police managed it, so this story is everything but an Iraq thing. You can find hundreds of stories like this in r/LetsNotMeet. I might go over there for you guys, because I think that might have some better stories than this one does. But yeah, nobody in the comments is even like, they just decided to just sleep outside on the roof. I'm gonna take things that never happened for 500. I don't know. I mean, it could have. I just. It's also like that they saw the unsettling smile on their face, but that they couldn't see his full face or even his skin tone clearly, but they could see an unsettling smile. An unsettling smile, I cannot see or perceive something as being an unsettling smile if you can't even see somebody's eyes. Maybe that's me. I don't know. But yeah, I'm like, they chose to go to Iraq, and then they're like, I'm never going to abroad again. This can happen in your own country, buddy. Did you know that? It's everything but an Iraq thing. Yeah, it can happen in your own country. I want to comment, but I don't feel like it. Nobody. Why do they sleep outside on the roof? I'm kind of curious. Like, was the roof where that they would be able to get over to their roof from the other person's roof? So, like, it's an apartment complex. An apartment? They're renting an apartment. Is it not? Things are not adding up. Anyways, human trafficking. Break in while pet sitting. I don't know. When I see NSFW, I'm like, I don't want to read them because did I almost? They're all like NSFW guys. What do I do? Are they literally all? So yeah, spine-tingling encounters, unusually terrifying true stories about people you never want to meet again. I'm so used to NSFW meaning like porn. And I don't think that's what's going on here, but because it just means not safe for work. But what is going on with these stories that they are not safe for work? Why are they all? And like, I'm like, there was one that was human trafficking, and I'm like, that would definitely be NSFW to me. Maybe, actually, I guess it doesn't necessarily mean. Had a crazy stalker do I do that? I'm like, if I'm going to read any of these, I need to add that thing on Twitch that says over 18, I think. I think that would be better, but I don't know how to do that. Usually, it's like, I'll put on the demos and games, and it will automatically put, this is a mature rating thing. I don't know how to put mature rating if... Otherwise... Give me a sec. Can I think about it? Where would I go? There? No, it's edit layout, not edit. Can I change my thing from the Twitch? Let me go over to Streamlabs. Okay, so I found a content classification. Politics and sensitive social issues, drugs, intoxication or excessive tobacco use, gambling, significant profanity or vulgarity, sexual themes, violent and graphic depictions. I don't know if any of those are ones that I want to use, but... maybe violent and graphic depictions? Maybe, I don't know if I want to add the sexual themes. Well, we'll throw those in right now. Okay. Oh, wrong screen. Okay, I had a crazy stalker online on a video game that turned into a real-life stalking. So I met this guy through a friend that he went to school with. How do you know them? I was 18 and these kids were 16 or around this age. These kids would come over and we would smoke... I did not put that one. There was one for that. Drugs, intoxication, or excessive tobacco use. These kids would come over and we would smoke some pot together. Then I moved to the other side of town. They found me and we started hanging out again. Then as I was turning 19. Turning from 18 to 19? What? Oh, that you don't remember how old you were. I developed schizophrenia. So I got in some trouble and went and got help for my illness for 5 to 6 years in the city. So it was a while ago, so maybe they didn't remember if they were turning... as they were turning 18 to 19. I developed schizophrenia. Wait. I need to click on it to see the full thing. Okay. Got help for my... So I got in some trouble and went and got help for my illness 5 to 6 years in the city. When I came back from the city, I started playing games online and somehow ran into this guy that knew one of the boys. Now adults, because 5 to 6 years had passed. So this guy starts asking for my Facebook. So I added him, and then there was this start, and then this was the start of a bad thing. He would get $25 gift cards as it turns out, was gifted a account that one of the original boys had. He wanted to buy gold and cosmetics. Feeling a bit congested. I don't know if it's making my breathing annoying. I don't know how if it's affecting how I sound, so just wanted to, like, clear it up. Fun times. Sorry. Okay. He was gifted an account that one of the original boys had. He wanted to buy gold and cosmetics. This guy couldn't figure out the way a credit card worked. So I helped him with it. He did this every week for months, and every time he would get a new card, he was messaging me on Facebook every 10 to 20 minutes all night long. While I'm trying to sleep. So I put... Wait, where are we? So I put my foot down and blocked him because I was starting to get sick from the... I'm sorry. The English, it kills me. From the consent, the phone's consent vibrating. Constant. See, I'm sorry, because I still see it, and I'll know instantly what they meant to put, but I still just, like, zoom in on it, and I cannot move past it. Consent. Sorry. Phone. Constant phone vibrating all day and night. Also, I recovered a, not Anne. They keep putting A instead of Anne. Are they... that's not... A old Facebook of mine. He messaged the other account. For 3 years. Every 1 to 2 months. So fast forward, I've been clear of him for 1 year. I would play on a PC by a window. This lady moves in next to me. I hear yelling outside, so I go outside. The lady apparently had been a peeping... Oh, had, not had been. They're saying that she was peeping Tom. Okay. This lady apparently had a peeping Tom, and they chased this guy a few blocks and lost him. That was her first day here. So then, like a week later, my apartment deadbolt breaks in a very weird way. A deadbolt can break in a weird way. I want to, like, see that. Okay. I'm kind of assuming at this point that this guy was maybe looking in my window for weeks, and I just never noticed him. Then a woman moves in, so he went to her window. Only thing that makes sense... Oh, I'm kind of assuming at this point that this guy was maybe looking in my window for weeks, and I just never noticed him. Then a woman moves in, so he went to her window. Only thing that makes sense. So after 2 to 3 more years, I run into the stalker online. He copied all my outfits, even made his username similar to mine, making people I know for years ask if he was my alt. Anyway, I avoid him at all costs. Crazy internet stalker, let's not meet again. What? I don't understand the connection. What's going on here? What did this have to do with the boys that were younger and the $25 gift cards and... Because there's nothing that indicates that's the same person, but it sounds like they're trying to imply that. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, that is... Let me open... Okay. Oh, wrong. Wrong. Okay. I'll go up to the top. break in while pet sitting. Ooh. Just posted about my lovely birthday and thought I'd unload another thing that happened the next week. Honestly, just writing it all out feels better than squashing it. I took on a house/pet sitting job for the weekend after my birthday. It was for a friend, and the dogs and cat are all super sweet, and I was happy to do it. I was already reeling from a scary encounter on my birthday. I wonder if I want to go read their birthday post. Oh well. So it was welcome respite to have a mini vacation where I had a house to myself. I feel that. It was the first night there. I'd come back from a family member's birthday party, and it was too early to curl my hair. Okay. Like, do they leave curlers in at night? Is that what they're saying? So I was watching Ginny and Georgia, I don't know what that is, on the living room TV. For reference, the TV was next to the front door, with the guest bathroom I was using within 3 feet. It was about 10 p.m., and I paused the show to pee. Okay, yeah. So. Okay. So I'm trying to take in the information they gave. Where the TV is, it's next to the front door. Bathroom is like right 3 feet away. What? Do they not mean 3? 3 feet is nothing. I feel like there's no way they meant 3 feet. I don't know. I paused the show to pee. Dogs were asleep on the other side of the house, both older and one with mobility issues. And shortly after locking the door and sitting down, I heard something. At first, I thought I was being paranoid, as I've been through several break-ins and attempts, but then I heard the door open and footsteps on the laminate flooring. If you know how loud. And then I heard a man's cough, distinctly maybe 15 feet from where I was. I frantically texted my mom to call the cops, thinking I should be as quiet as possible. But when she didn't answer and I heard his footsteps coming closer, I panicked and called myself. Keep in mind, after my first situation, I became very particular. When I house sit, the first thing I do is check all windows and doors. Does it sound like maybe this guy had a key? Still, I'm surprised that the other side of the house. How far away is the other side of the house? Oh, both older with mobility issues. Yeah. Okay. I'm lucky that when I dog sit, that the dogs I dog sit are not older with mobility issues. So I'm like, if anyone tries to break in, no, I would hear that they would most likely. Oh, why am I yawning? They would warn me that somebody was there. Keep in mind, after my first situation became very particular, when I house sit, the first thing I do is to check all windows and doors and secure all entry points, as my dad kinda taught me growing up. I know everything was locked, but I'm sobbing on the phone and panicking on a toilet seat. hoping the cops get there in time and I don't end up another statistic. What a way to phrase that. Then I hear the footsteps recede and the back door close. Oh, did he come in from the back door? The operator informed me the cops were there, but I'd have to come out to let them in. Do they really do that? If you say there's an intruder in my house, do they really say, you have to come let us in? What? What? Make it make sense. And then we say, yeah, but what if they have a gun? Yeah, well then we'll shoot them after they shoot you, so don't worry. What? Okay. I'd have to come out to let them in. I've got some really bad stories, but unlocking that door, running to the front door to unlock it, and basically falling outside was up there for terrifying moments in my life. They checked the house. They didn't believe me. The back door was not particularly secure, as it's the same kind I have on my bedroom at my place. It's the kind you can turn the lock and close behind you, so of course the place was locked up. Once again, slept with a knife under my pillow, and that's for the maybe 45 minutes I actually slept. To the man who barged into the house I was watching, I don't know who you are or what you wanted, but I'd like to never meet you. I didn't believe you. Something about this is making me not want to believe them. I mean, I try not to do that. But then it's a random story on the internet, so does it matter if I don't believe them? It's not that. It's that my brain is searching to see if there's anything that maybe they missed. But then I end up finding things that don't add up. But I'm like, is it possible that they heard one of the dogs? But I don't know. I mean, I'd like to think that what they heard, but sometimes, pets can do weird things. And I don't know if they would have been able to be like for certain that, because the dog's noise that it makes is like this, and that was not the sound that I heard. But it's also just. But it sounds like they said they've also had other issues, so I'm wondering if they do have other break-ins and stuff, and if it was possibly the same person. And I'm kind of like, do I want to read some of their other ones? Dating advice? How do hookups work? What? That's not what I was looking for. Psycho replied to a comment. Ex of a new friend chased us on my birthday. Wait, what? It says replied. I thought I was looking at, this overview. Posts. Break in while pet sitting. Echo psycho ex of a new friend. Research is correct. I don't know this person. I met an amazing man, but he's married. Oh no. Sorry, this is not a scary. But it is the same person who wrote that one. How do I get across to men that I am absolutely child-free and do not want to date single dads? Getting so frustrated. I feel it. I also feel bad for guys who, like, don't want children, and then all the single moms are like, well, why not? And it's like, people are allowed to want certain things in their life. Now, it's a little bit different if it's like they want children, they just don't want somebody else's children. It's like, well. Or if a single dad's like, I don't want to date single moms. And that's just. Okay, I wanted to read the married. Oh no. I met an amazing man, but he's married. It's obvious. I should stay away. I'm not a complete idiot. Just kind of one. But he's so sweet to me, and I'm already kind of falling for him, even though I know I can never have him. I just need to scream into the void right now because everyone in my town cheats and everyone keeps it a secret apparently. It's the worst, best kept secret. I feel like I'll never find love because I know now that no one can ever be trusted. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That is not true. But it is very hard to find people that can be trusted. Actually, I don't know. I feel so guilty because I've been in his wife's shoes. I know how much it hurts. I'm sorry, is there any indicator that he is cheating on his wife? Did you cheat with him? Is this what you're telling us? Otherwise, how have you been in the wife's shoes that somebody else wants? Your boyfriend? Okay, people crush on other people all the time. Wait, where are we going? Okay. I've been in his wife's shoes. I know how much it hurts. But I haven't been able to stop myself. Oh, they are seeing him. I think. I see him the same night every week. Oh my god, they're seeing a cheater. Well, oh my gosh. Okay. You're not going to be able to trust him. Because he's already proven to you that he is not trustworthy. Right there. Okay. I haven't been able to stop myself. I see him the same night every week, just because we go to the same places. Oh, wait, what? Wait. Are they not? Are they? Are they not? But I haven't been able to stop myself. I see him the same night every week, just because we go to the same places. So I quite literally can only avoid him if I stop doing something I love. That energetically sustains me. Can you not find another place that will give you the same fulfillment? That is not that same exact place? I've tried. Okay, I live in a small area, and there aren't many places to go dancing. So I'd have to stop, entirely to avoid this man. Yes, I'm aware I could just say no, but it's become increasingly obvious that I have no shame. And I don't want to say no, so I don't. Oh yeah, so they are giggity gooing. Somebody please give me the verbal slap in the face I clearly need. This can't go on. His wife doesn't deserve this. And if she found out, I know it would destroy her because I've been there. I feel so guilty every time he holds me that it's breaking me apart. I'm jealous of a woman I've never met because she gets to have him and I'll only ever be a side piece. Wishes do nothing. I can wish he was mine all I want, but it changes nothing. I know I need to let it go and move on. I do know that, but I've so far been unable to do so. I feel like such a worthless AH, and I hate that I do this. I've officially forgiven every other woman that my exes cheated with, because I get it now. They could help themselves, but something made them not want to. Something about the way they made them feel seen, how the illicit nature of the tryst could be so exciting. But it's not exciting. I feel like trash, and I'm betting they did too. People just suck, and I'm unfortunately one of the worst ones, it seems. Well, wait, what? Where did you jump to that? You're one of the worst ones, but I don't know. Pretty sure if hell exists, there's a spot marked with my name. Good people don't mess around with married folks. I always thought I was better than this. I need to be better than this. Anyone else out there been in this situation that has some words of wisdom for me? How to stop, walk away, forgive myself, whatever. I know I'm not the only other out there, so how did you get out of it? Had to add, I'm 32 female, he's 43 male. We've known each other / been hooking up for over a month. Please work on your self-esteem. In the best circumstances, he leaves her, and you're the homewrecker and become the wife he'll be unfaithful to. Yeah, I mean, like they said, that they can't trust anyone. You're not gonna be, if you are sleeping around with a guy who's cheating on his wife, yeah, you're not gonna be able to trust him. Even if he leaves her for you, you will never, there's no trust has been built. It will never be built. He will string you along until he's discovered and throws you under the bus, so you're just the homewrecker. Thank you. I mean, does anyone have any way to make doing the right thing easy for you? No, that's not how it works. That wasn't what I was asking, but thanks for the sarcasm. Anyone else out there been in this situation that has some words of wisdom for me? How to stop, walk away, forgive myself, whatever. Yes, it was. Also, that's not even how sarcasm works. I mean, there was definitely a kind of somewhat, I don't know if I'd say it was sarcastic, but jeez. Not everyone cheats, and this guy is a charismatic loser who was willing to betray the trust and his vows to someone who thinks he is the love of her life. Her one life, as far as we know. Her one chance to live a wonderful life, believing the man she chose loved her and would never do this. You complain a bit about how the woman gets blamed, but you are still blaming the woman, even when it's you. Yes, you're at fault, but focus on how nasty this slimeball cheating a-hole is. How willing to ruin a whole life he is. Break someone's trust, permanently damage them, just to get his dick wet. He's a fucking loser, and if you thought about that, you'd be embarrassed / revolted to let him touch you. Yes. Yes. Okay. I don't know. Who's still here? Do you want me to go back to Let's Never Meet? Let's Not Meet. Or anybody have any preferences? Where am I? Oh, I was on their post. Yeah, I don't know. This person. Because I just went back and was like, oh wait, because that was the same person who did the. Oh, we have an ad coming. I can finally finish my sandwich, guys. 2 hours later. I've only got a little bit left. Even when I'm not doing Reddit, I'm like playing a video game by myself and take forever to eat my food. But yeah, I'm like, I'm trying to get a sense of this person and how trustworthy I think that they are in general. I keep yawning, guys. I keep yawning. I'm gonna finish my sandwich. Just watching that ad timer on live Twitch, so Twitch live, whatever. 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, I should be back from an ad. He said I'd never see my mom again unless she took him back. I'm just like, what? It's like, is he threatening to off her mom? I was around 9 years old when this happened. My parents had been separated for about 2 years. Before I get to the main part of the story, here's a little bit of context. My mom, dad, and I were always very poor. At the time, my parents were trying to build a house in one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in our city. The place overrun by drug trafficking. But it was all they could afford. Otherwise, we'd be on the streets. I'm very ladylike, I know. Yeah. Otherwise, we'd be on the streets. The house is never finished. It had half-built rooms, piles of construction material everywhere, bare red brick walls with mold and water damage. It was crumbling, much like my parents' relationship and my childhood. My father was violent, unfaithful, and never helped with anything. Then, one night, out of nowhere, I woke up to my mom shaking me awake with the guns up. You always say that whenever I have my shoulders uncovered, and I'm just like, they're just fat. They're not muscles. I'm just flab. Sorry. So distracted. Just whenever I get that, I'm just like, it's just blub. It's just blub, 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 blub. Okay, back to the story. Welcome to the gun show. There's nothing. Just me flexing. There's nothing. It's funny. Laugh, okay, laugh. It's funny. Oh, wait, that's not. I'm like, wait, I have a spray bottle. Wait, that's not really a gun. But it has a trigger. That counts as something, right? Let's just spritz myself. Look at it! Look at it! Fun times. Okay, yes, back to the story. 98% pure muscle, 2% Disney. Okay. That's right. Much like my parents' relationship and my childhood. My father was violent, unfaithful, and never helped with anything. Then, one night, out of nowhere, I woke up to my mom shaking me awake, throwing a jacket over my shoulders, telling me we had to leave. We moved to another city and stayed with relatives for 2 years before coming back. That's when the story begins. That reminds me of my dad telling me that was it one time or was it multiple times that his dad would wake him up in the middle of the night and just say, grab everything you can, and they would move. But that's because his dad had like debts to people and was in trouble. So my grandpa was an interesting fellow. We'll just say it. When my dad turned 18, the first thing he did was join the Navy so he could get out of there. I don't think he was necessarily, like... Actually, I don't know. Because my dad doesn't really talk about whether or not my grandpa was physically abusive or not. But I'm sure he drank and stuff. Is that just say hello? Hello! Okay. This is where the story begins. My mom and I moved into a small place, a place my father didn't know. We later found out he had been asking around the city, trying to find out where we were. Do we not know yet why the mom took them in the middle of the night? What did he do that night? Or did she just finally reach the breaking point? There's still something that usually happens to make them reach the breaking point. My mom and I moved into a small place, a place my father didn't know. We later found out he had been asking around the city, trying to find out where we were. Eventually, he did. I was still very young, and despite everything, I begged my mom to let me see him. A court ended up granting him visitation rights every other weekend, and for about a year, that's what we did. By then, he had a new partner, and still lived in that old, decrepit house. I spent weekends there, as awful as the place was. My younger brother also lived there. Oh, they didn't know that I had a younger brother. And we were close. My Wait. Yeah, they don't mention anything about a brother. Is this a full brother, or is this the stepmom's son, or what is this younger brother? Where did they come from? Did the mom leave with OP, but did not take the brother? Okay. Mm, my younger brother also lived there, and we were close. My stepmom, I almost said stepmom, and then I was like gonna say mother, and then I don't know what I did. My stepmom had a child with my dad while he was still with. Okay, here we are. That's while he was still with my mom. This is why sometimes I should just keep reading before. My brother is about. My stepmom had a child with my dad while he was still with my mom. My brother is about 3 years younger than me. Did they know about this at the time? Okay. Was the brother living with them? She said she was close with him. What? Okay. Um, my brother is about 3 years younger than me. We'd play in the empty lots, using broken construction materials, rusted furniture, and bottle caps as our imaginary theme park. Company and imagination can save a child's life. My father used to tell me he was going to get my mom back. He told me not to let any man get close to her. At the time, I secretly hoped for a happy family, too, even though I liked my stepmother. Truth is, he didn't even really take care of me during those visits. I mostly stayed with my brother and his partner because he was completely incapable of caring for a child. Just like, what? Why? He has the stepmother. Why does he want the other? Oh, right, because some guys are just controlling douche nozzles and want what they and want power and control over everybody and cannot stand that somebody got away from their grips. Hmm. He's completely incapable of caring for a child. One weekend, something strange happened. It was nearly time for him to return me to my mom, but instead of following our usual routine, he suddenly ordered his girlfriend. I'm sorry, is it his girlfriend or is it his new wife? What? Oh, it's just that he had a new partner. I guess the fact that they're calling them their stepmom made me think that. Yeah, but I don't know if her OP's mom and dad even ever got divorced. She just left. So, yeah, he might not be able to remarry if he's still. But I don't know. I don't know where they live. I don't know how the process works for forcing a divorce. Girlfriend mentioned made me pause for a second, too, because I thought I had read wife before that. Yeah. um. Something came up in my brain, and then it went away. And so now I'm like. Um. Instead of following to. What was it? Something about girlfriend instead of wife. Oh! That one of my uncles was married and they were getting divorced. And I think he'd signed the papers and he sent them to his wife, but she never filed them or something. And then she had another child with somebody else. And then he had to pay child support for that child because they were legally married, even though it wasn't his child. And that was on my dad's side of the family. My dad's side of the family is fun. Um, okay. But instead of following our usual routine, he suddenly ordered his girlfriend and my brother to leave the house. She started to protest, but he shouted at her until she left without another word. Then he took me down the hill. The house was on a steep hill, to a place I'd never been before. Holding a child for ransom. Okay, lovely. We arrived at a woman's house I didn't recognize. He introduced us, then told me I'd be staying there for a while. At first, the woman handed me a big glass of chocolate milk, my favorite. She was very nice and smiled warmly as she brought it from the kitchen. I drank it. Very quickly, I started feeling incredibly sleepy. They drugged the chocolate milk. Oh my gosh. Everything faded to black. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in my father's house. My mom was there, screaming and crying. He stood in front of her, panicking, repeating, "Don't do this, don't do this." He was saying it to her, or she was saying it to him. I think he was saying it to her, because he didn't want her to leave. She scooped me up like I was still a toddler, because they were 9 at the time, and carried me outside. It was the middle of the night. The streets were completely empty. Interesting that the mom found out where OP was at. Somebody, I don't know. Oh, years later I found out what happened. Okay, she scooped me up like I was still a toddler and carried me outside. It was the middle of the night. The streets were completely empty, but she didn't stop. She carried me all the way to a bus stop, and we waited. Then we left. Years later, I found out what really happened. He had kidnapped me. Yes, that was clear. Instead of taking me to the designated drop-off location. He brought me to another woman's house, a mistress, a third woman, out of who knows how many, and drugged me. Yes, that was clear. He showed up to the meeting point. This is where we did not see. He showed up to the meeting point alone and told my mom she'd never see me again unless she agreed to get back together with him. Okay, so based on the story, I thought he had said that to OP, that have his own harem anime happen, pretty much. Like, I thought that that the dad had told OP, "You'll never see your mom again unless..." Well, I guess that's kind of the same. Mom wouldn't see, but unless she comes back to me or whatever. But yeah, I guess it's the same thing. Alone and told my mom she'd never see me again unless she agreed to get back together with him. Then he walked away. My mom completely lost it. She ran to his house screaming, but he wasn't there. So she waited at the door until he showed up. When he did, she threatened to have the local drug dealers kill him if he didn't take her to where I was. And he believed her. It was late. She was screaming loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. And he knew she was not bluffing. Yes, OP's mother is a champion. 100%. So he went back to the woman's house, got me, and brought me home. Okay, so the mom didn't show up to the other woman's house. I didn't realize that OP woke up in their own house, or the dad's house. That's when I woke up. That's when I saw her, hysterical, terrified, and somehow still strong enough to carry me out of that hell. Dad, let's not meet ever again. That's like heartbreaking, though. Could have your own dad. Ugh. I can't imagine how terrified 9-year-old you was. Thank goodness your mom saw straight through that bullshit and did not give you up. What happened to the evil girlfriend and your dad? This has Latin America written all over it. I am Latina indeed. Oh. Time and time again, people try to downplay how strong women can be. And yet time and time again, women like this show such immense strength. Okay, so back when I was in elementary school, it was not on my bus, so I did not witness it. But I heard from other kids in my school that, like, their bus went off into a ditch or something. This is forever ago, so my memory of it is foggy, and I was not there to witness it in the first place. But apparently, like, I don't know if it went into a ditch or something, tipped over or something. I don't know. But I guess a woman just came over and, like, lifted the whole bus somehow, is what these people were saying. And it's just like, what? But other kids in my school were saying. There was just this woman, and she lifted the bus. No idea. But, yeah, I mean... Oh, that's not what you're saying. But adrenaline, when your adrenaline spikes, some of the things... I'm sure she felt that later. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if people feel the effects. I don't know. She clearly must have pushed her muscles past the limit that they... But yeah, women with children can get very... She showed her guns. These are my guns. That's still relative, even if you're talking about physical strength. Yes. Well, I mean, and well, with the story, like, she just picked up a 9-year-old, and I couldn't imagine lifting a 9-year-old. Maybe my niece. She's 11. My nephew is 9. I don't know. I don't know how well I could lift him. That's because he would struggle. I still don't think I'd be able to lift him for very long. I would end up dropping him. But it might also be different if I ever had children and got used to carrying a baby around and then occasionally having to pick up a child because, like, you know, you start to build those muscles. I've had muscles built, but I've just been so sedentary these last few years, and any muscles I had have deteriorated. Deteriorated. There's strength in this story. Being so good, I'm scared of many factors in this situation. Being a fucking rock. Well, I mean... Yeah. Yeah. At least, like, the dad never threatened the life of the child. Although he drugged her. Like, that's terrible. He just said, you'll never see her. But maybe she even took that as that he was going to kill her child. And she's like, I'm going to have these people that I'm close with kill you. Like, don't mess with me. But yeah, and then the fact that she just up in the middle of the night just took her child and herself out of that situation. So yeah. He may not have been the one to drug. Yeah, but he orchestrated it for sure. Yeah. I would still say that he drugged. He had her drugged. So, The Smile That Haunts Me. I don't know how that's such a strange title. This is a story from when I was in 8th grade, or around that time. Honestly, I feel a bit stupid bringing it up here, but I never told anyone, not family, not friends. Equal sign? And I just wanted to let it out somewhere. Up until high school, I usually went home with my friend, me walking and her trotting alongside on her bike. Is it because she went to school riding the bike and then walked home? I don't know. Why does she have the bike and not riding? Oh, okay, no, trotting alongside on her bike, not with her bike. Oh, she's on her bike, but she's just going really slow. I can't even imagine riding a bike slow enough for somebody to keep pace walking. Okay, moving on. The walk home from school was in a relatively safe area, surrounded by other schools, supermarkets, churches, and little houses, so I never felt unsafe during the 10-minute walk. Not even on that one particular day when my friend had to ride ahead, and I was left walking home alone. Okay. About halfway through my usual route, I suddenly had this unsettling feeling, like someone was watching me. I turned my head toward the street next to me and saw a car driving noticeably slower than it should have been. I actually looked it up on Google Maps out of curiosity. Oh, and the speed limit on that street was 30 kilometers per hour. I need to convert that word because I'm a silly American. 30 kilometers kmh to mph. That is very slow. That says it's about equal to 18 miles per hour. Closest in between 15 miles per hour and 20 miles per hour. So I mean, it's not the road is it's not the speed limit's not that high. The way they said this car is moving so slowly makes it sound like the speed limit there was way higher than that, which it wasn't. But how old were they? But I mean, I don't know, how old are they now? They don't know. That is not that fast of a speed limit. But this car was moving so slowly, it looked like it was floating, like it was trying to match my pace. And that's the kind where you're kind of like, At first, I didn't think much of it. After all, as I mentioned, there were schools and even a kindergarten in the area. I just assumed it was a parent looking for a parking spot to pick up their kid. But things started to feel a bit creepy when the driver's window rolled down and the man behind the wheel looked directly at me. My memory of that moment has grown a bit fuzzy over time, but what I remember clearly is a man with short, dark hair and an unsettling, wide smile. It's that smile that stuck in my memory the most. It didn't fade for a second. The situation was bizarre, and I couldn't fully process what was happening, so I just turned my head and looked straight ahead. But to my shock, he kept staring. That same horrifying, twisted smile plastered across his face. He continued creeping along next to me, not speeding up. It felt like an eternity. I don't know what to do. Everything about the situation felt surreal. I looked around to see if maybe he was looking at someone else, or if someone else noticed how creepy this was. But I remember people just walking by normally, as if nothing strange was happening. My only comfort was that people were around at all, because by that point I was getting genuinely scared, and still struggling to register what was happening. I even thought about calling out to some guy walking in front of me, but was too shy to say anything. Out of curiosity and fear, I started walking even slower. I could have sworn I saw a flicker of disappointment on his face before he finally drove away. It all felt like a nightmare. I felt relieved watching the car disappear down the road. But then, as I reached the crossroad that led to the street I lived on, he appeared again. I saw where I was going, and right as I was saying reached, and then I said reached. Weird. He was back, driving just as slowly, window down. That same grotesque, unnatural smile stretched across his face. It's one thing that my brain has not been able to... So I like acting, and sometimes I try and get into characters, and it's like characters like that I'm just like, where does the brain register that makes you do like a creepy smile? but also I'd like to understand how human minds work. And it's like, is there something in the brain that just like triggered something that makes people do bad things? Is there a way that we can, I don't know, use some micro lasers and pinpoint the part of somebody's brain that does bad things and just like zap it? Not like full electric shock, but just like pinpoint that thing that makes people kill people and stuff. And like remove that urge, kind of a thing. Yeah. Sometimes I think if we can't understand something, we won't be able to understand how to fix it. So even like terrible things, I will try to understand from their perspective, so that psychology-wise, we can work on finding a way to prevent that stuff from happening. I don't know. That's my thoughts. That's why even when people do really bad things, I try to understand it sometimes. There's certain things that I can't. Usually when it involves children, and I'm just like, string them up, I'm sorry. Nope. But then I kind of wish that we made it so that when people start having thoughts like that people could be able to talk about it, to figure out why their brain is having these thoughts, and to be able to get them before they do anything. Because once you do something, that's when you're beyond. Sorry, I went off there, didn't I? He was back, driving just as slowly, window down, that same grotesque, unnatural smile stretched across his face. At that point, I was so stunned, I froze for a moment and looked directly at him. I was trying to convince myself this was really happening and not something I was making up. Yeah, 'cause as creepy as smile, it's like, am I having a psychotic break? What is going on? This is real? Is this a dream? Maybe he was someone I knew, a friend of my parents, an old teacher trying to say hello. But no, this was real. This man was practically twisting his entire upper body to look at me through the car window. I didn't know him. That smile was still unbearably creepy, and I had no idea what he wanted. Even worse, I realized something. From the direction he was now coming from, he must have driven in a circle around the block just to appear on the street I was about to enter, the street where I lived. My home was only a minute away. He was still driving well below 30 kilometers per hour, still saying nothing, still staring. As I stood there, trying to comprehend how real and dangerous this was, I felt a wave of fear wash over me. This creep could be trying to figure out where I lived. The street was lined with houses, but there wasn't a single other person around. Just him and me. All I wanted was for this nightmare to end. It was just... It was just the way? The. Right in there. It was just the way he wasn't saying anything, just looking into my face. That... I should be an editor. That scared the hell out of me. Thankfully, he never stopped the car completely. Does things like that indicate that it's not AI? Because AI wouldn't have... Go use ChatGPT and then purposely add some spelling errors. Just to throw people off your track. just looking into my face. That scared the hell out of me. Thankfully, he never stopped the car completely. He just kept creeping along slowly. Eventually, he drove past far enough that I could finally cross the street. At that point, I couldn't care about anything else. I told myself that if he came near me again, I'd scream. I ran straight home. Even while running, I could swear he was still twisting his body to keep his eyes on me, still smiling that awful smile as he drove away. I was genuinely terrified. The incident traumatized me. I knew I hadn't imagined it. I kept checking, kept thinking about it over and over again. I was so scared he'd figured out where I lived that I refused to go to school or leave the house for days. Yeah. I remained on edge for weeks, always half expecting him to show up again. Okay. They said they never told their friends or family about this. Their parents not ask why they're refusing to go to school. Although then again, with myself, I could see even if they ask, I just wouldn't tell. But I think if I didn't tell, they'd be less likely to. Never mind. Scratch that. There's a lot of times that I did not go to school, and my parents were livid at me, but I never explained why I didn't want to go. I remained on edge for weeks, always half expecting him to show up again. I've thought about this moment so many times. Did he know me? Then why didn't he say anything? Why did he just smile like that? I even felt ashamed for wearing a skirt that day, thinking maybe he was just some creep lurking around, but no matter what, the whole situation was terrifying. Now I'm an adult, still living with my parents, in the same place, though I have no reason to walk that old route anymore. I've never seen that man again, and I've never experienced anything as creepy or strange as that day. All that's been haunting me is his creepy smile, and how I'll never quite understand how this horror movie story actually happened to me. I never told my parents or my friends, especially not my mom. She's always been very overprotective. I might have wanted to, because what if he ended up going and kidnapping somebody else? I don't know, but I get it. Especially not my mom. She's always been overprotective, and I knew if I told her, she'd probably have started walking me to school again, like I was a kindergartner. Oh, my friends back then probably wouldn't have believed me anyway. That might not be true. Maybe they'd experienced it too. I feel bad for them, but I totally understand being in that, thinking that people won't believe you. But so now that I've finally gotten this off my chest, creepy car guy, I'm glad I never saw you again, and I hope it stays that way. I just genuinely hope you never did this or something worse to any other kid, ever. That's heavy. Oh yeah, the person was just saying, just because you're wearing a skirt does not mean anything. Oh, none of that justifies this kind of behavior. One time in the past, I wore ugly clothes on my way to a night shift, and a random man propositioned me to go with him to a hotel. On a busy street out of the blue. I'm glad you were safe and nothing worse had happened. Yep. Home invasion in the 70s, narrowly avoided. Had to use the restroom for a little while, but the smile that haunts me makes me think of that Jeff the Killer meme. I am a social outcast, and I do not know memes because I have nobody who shares them with me. So I do not know what that is. But feel free to share it in my Discord because you're in there. And I'm sure you will. Help me to become knowledgeable on pop culture, media, and all that stuff. I met creepy hermits. It's a very creepy picture. I met creepy hermits on a camping trip when I was 13. Oh my gosh! Yes! I mean, but yes, this sounds terrifying. Gosh. Yeah, people that you could meet out when you're camping. I came from a family that did not go camping. As I grew up, I had friends who were the kind that were camping, so I've been camping like once or twice. But I never did when I was younger. My family's middle class, okay? And then I would hang out with people who grew up in like trailer parks, and they always thought that I was so rich, and I'm like, no, my dad was just in the Navy, but there's 5 kids in my family, like, yeah, he needs to have something of an income in order to support us, but we're not rich. He's got freaking 5 kids to feed. And yeah, we have to have a 2-story house because of 5, there's 7 people in one house. Yes, it makes sense to have a 2-story house. Meanwhile, my neighbor down the block, they have 4 kids. And they were upper middle. Wait, what is the word? Upper middle class. I think. And then we had another friend in high school who her dad, I think, I don't know how much money he made, but he worked in Seattle, I think. And I don't know if he was rich, but then her parents got divorced and he would always just buy her things instead of actually being there as a father. And then we were all jealous of her because her dad would just like give her money and stuff. As I grew up and started to feel kind of bad about it, some of it. It's like how many times in high school and you're jealous of somebody who has more money and then you don't realize that, yeah, but their family life is kind of awful. So many people. Although then again, I had another friend who did not have much money and her family life was also bad. Yeah. I feel like everybody's family life was kind of bad. I don't know. Yeah. Rich below in family values. And then people only want to be your friends because you buy them things. I feel bad for people who have money. It's like, no wonder, people who have money stick with other people who have money. Because they know that the person's not just hanging out with them for their money. They actually enjoy hanging out with them. They see value in them. It's not just monetary. Some people give, like, Hollywood actors and stuff, like, no leeway. It's like, you have money, so none of your emotional problems matter. And it's like, the hell? Like, what? That is not true. That is totally not fair. Where was I going with this? Oh, because I think, but yeah, then again, my neighbors who are upper middle class, I think that they might have gone camping type stuff. My mind was thinking that camping is for poor people. Because they can't afford a hotel room. This is not accurate. Not accurate at all. But it's also not out of the realm of possibility that people can't afford a hotel room, so they would just camp somewhere when they go on vacation. In some cases, money can buy happiness. When we think about struggling in a capitalistic system. But in other cases, money does not. secure happiness. I feel like I don't know how many people would be happy without human connection. And sometimes the more money you have, the less human connection you have. But then it always depends. It always depends. Now we're on this topic, and I'm like, I want to keep talking about it. But yeah, my family, my mom just doesn't like dirty camping or something. Then again, to be fair, my mom grew up poor. So, she's probably like, I did enough, like, camping type thing when I was younger. I don't need to do it now that I'm an adult. Gosh, what did my grandpa... So, my mom is one of 15 children. And it's not like they were super rich. I don't know what my grandpa... How do I not know what her dad did for work? He died the year I was born, so I never met my mom's dad. Like, literally, we didn't even live in the state when he passed away, so we moved up. I didn't even meet him before 6 months or however old I was. But, and then when they were children, my mom and all her siblings, they'd like work in the berry field and stuff to get money to help buy food and stuff. So, yeah, she did not have money growing up. So, I don't know if that is part of why she doesn't... She's like, now that she can, go on vacation and always stay in a hotel room, she's like, heck yeah, I'm gonna do that. But some people like camping for just the environment of it, so I can get that, but my mom is an interesting person. She's not like super materialistic, I'm just gonna say that, but she's also very... I wouldn't say prim and proper, but there's just a certain cleanliness with her. Anyways, all of this was because I'm about to read this story about camping trip. She's balanced. I guess, maybe. I'm trying to think if there's a way. That's interesting. Because she's a Libra. I think. I'm pretty sure. That's the scale one, right? She's the scale. The balanced one. I love making random connections like that. She's balanced. She's a Libra. Okay. I know, because for one of her birthdays when I was younger, I bought her a Hello Kitty that was a horoscope sign, and so it was holding a little scale. That's the only way I remember that she's a Libra. I remember when her birthday is, I just forget that is the Libra. Okay. I met creepy hermits on a camping trip when I was 13. So when I was younger, around 13 or 14, in the title you said 13, and now you're lying, you're changing the story and saying 13 or 14. Is it 13 or is it 13 or 14? Oh, P. Shit. I'm kidding. It's fine. Is it 13 or 13 or 14? There's not much difference between those ages. Sorry if you are either of those ages and you think there's a huge difference. OP lies, they do. Around 13 or 14 years old, I was invited to go on a camping trip with my best friend, Pat, his dad, and his uncles. OP is a mab. I don't know enough about OP, but if it was a guy's weekend, OP is a guy. Or was a guy at 13. We don't know. I will not infer that. Am I trying to be too PC and just making it worse? Let me know. I was invited to go on a camping trip with my best friend Pat, his dad, and his uncles. It was this kind of guys' weekend, coming of age thing. Something I'd like to do with my kids now. You know, fishing, cooking over fires. Our first couple of beers. At 13 or 14. No comment. Sleeping in tents and stuff like that. We drove pretty far up north. Why do I do this? I start talking in an accent, guys. I don't have an accent. It's just when I start reading stories. If I'm talking without reading a story, or I do it, I think, to be... I don't know, they could be American. I don't know from experience. No, yeah, they must be from Europe. You're right. Peer pressure's a real thing, okay? Anyways. Moving on. Was I saying something? Oh, yeah, the accent thing. I don't know why I do it. I think I do it for dramatic effect. And it's weird. I don't do it intentionally. It's just when I'm saying certain things, it just feels more natural to use whatever accent I'm using. Okay. Our first couple of beers, sleeping in tents and stuff like that. We drove pretty far up north. But this many years later, being 30, I can't remember exactly where we went. That's fair. I wouldn't know if I wasn't driving. And even places that I've driven to later, I'm like, where was that? I'm too busy following the GPS to even keep track of where. Which isn't always true. Sometimes I'll look at the map for days before. Where am I going? Where do I need to go? Okay, it's there. Okay, then I need to turn at that place that I know of. Make sure I have the GPS on by that time. We're good. Okay. I know it was about 2 hours north of where I live now. We had parked Pat's dad's truck off the side of the road in a bush and canoed a pretty far distance down a river to a lake and set up our camp at the edge of the water. That is complex. So they're not even easy access to the truck. That's what makes me nervous. I would not want to be that far away from a vehicle. Okay. Right across the water. Who needs an easy escape? Let's camp on hard mode. Yeah. Right across the water, we could see this really old, abandoned-looking cabin. On the outside, it looked abandoned. The roof was sagging, and all the bushes were growing up around it. At one point, Pat's dad and his uncles were fishing and drinking and allowed us to go adventuring a bit. Surprisingly, they actually allowed us to take one of the canoes across the water to check out the abandoned cabin. In hindsight, I don't think I would let my boys now go that far where I couldn't get to them in an emergency. But they were drunk, lol. So being 13-ish-year-old boys, we did exactly that. If this was like a few decades earlier, I would be like, yep, sounds like latchkey kids. But they're about my age, so I'm kind of like... But I don't think they said exactly where they live. And there can be slight culture differences and stuff. But like I always hear people from like Gen X latchkey kids. Oh yeah, just let them do whatever they want. They're just kids. What do you mean I have to watch them? Survival of the fittest, right? Jeez. That's me I'm kidding. It's a joke. But it's not that far from reality. So being 13-ish-year-old boys, we did exactly that. We paddled across and checked it out. I wonder if this is a spot that they go to a lot. So maybe they had gone there to that abandoned cabin themselves before. So they're like, it's no big deal. I've been there plenty of times. So the dads, or the adult men, just were like, yeah, there's no problem there. If they'd been to that abandoned cabin before. But things change over time. Or they might have just really been like, whatever, boys, go do whatever. We're at... Wait. No, wait. This is dad and uncles. I was going to imply illicit activities, but it's Pat's dad and his uncles, so they're related. So probably not. They probably were not gay lovers and wanted the boys to just go up so they could do their own thing. They're related. We're good. Okay. We're good. Maybe the dad and uncles thought that Pat and OP were like romantically involved, and they're like, oh yeah, go have fun in the abandoned cabin, you boys. Wink wink. Sorry, this is not what is going on here. I think I read too many, or listen to too many other Reddit type stories. We paddled across and checked it out. On the outside, this thing looked super decrepit. The front door was unlocked, and we went inside. This was a mistake. On the inside, it was certainly not abandoned, and very lived in. It really freaked us out knowing somebody lived there, but was obviously nowhere nearby. There were porn magazines spread across the table, a bong, a tray full of weed, beer bottles everywhere, and on one of the shelves in the living room were 2 hunting shotguns. I know it was dumb to play with them, but we did. The moment that you saw that this was not an abandoned place, you should have hightailed it out of there. What if they come back? And then you are accused of trespassing. I don't know. But also all that other stuff. The kind of person who left all that kind of stuff, them coming back, sounds terrifying. Alright, who's on desktop? Because there's an ad starting soon. I can wait to finish the story. Let me know. Let me know if you have an ad. Or if you guys are fine, and I will continue. I mean, it's starting soon. It hasn't started yet. But if you're on desktop, you probably will get an ad. I don't know. Xandrick, do you get ads? Peanut usually is on their phone, so they don't get ads. waits for the ad and makes a prehistoric SpongeBob pose. Yes, you do, because you always say that you skate through the ads. There it is. Now it's got 3 minutes. Now I'm gonna wait 3 minutes to... Oh, no ad for you right now? You sure about that? Are you sure about that 5 minutes? No, wait. Have you ever watched My Cousin Vinny? It's got that quote that always coming. Are you sure about that 5 minutes? Are you sure about that 5 minutes? Then what does the guy say? Something like, I could have been wrong. There's something. It takes more than 5 minutes to cook grits. I don't know because I've never had grits, but... Were these magic grits? Did they come from Jack? The beanstalk? I don't remember the lines, but it was a great scene. If you've never watched My Cousin Vinny, don't do it, because only cool people watch My Cousin Vinny. You're not cool enough to watch My Cousin Vinny. I forgot most of My Cousin Vinny, but remember his lady having badass moments? Oh, on the stand with her car knowledge. And she's gotten more badass moments than that. Oh my god, the scene where she's talking about the deer. Oh my gosh, imagine you're a deer. You spot a brook. You go over the brook. You put your mouth to that cool, clear water. And then bang! Bullets ripping out half your brains. You're lying there and you're thinking, now I ask ya, would you give a damn what kind of pants the son of a bitch who shot you was wearing? She does it way better than I do, but that's the lines, more or less. Great moment, great moment. She does it in that Jersey accent. It was lit. Amazing. She's great. Yes, I love the fiance. Now you think I'm gonna marry you. This is just, yeah, but for that knowledge. Yeah, my brother was a mechanic, or my father was a mechanic, his father was a mechanic. I got three mechanics on my... My brother's a mechanic. Does that make you qualified? No, it doesn't. But yeah, I mean, you grow up in that, and yeah, you pick up the knowledge. I am so sorry for detouring this story, but we had to discuss My Cousin Vinny because it's bomb. What is my bangs doing? What are you doing? Ironic, since work DoorDash. Which made me learn some things about automobile workings so I can take care of my own car's issues along the way. I mean, I can change the tires on my car. I can change the oil on my car. That's about... I can put air into my tires. One time I did not know how to put air in the tires, and I overfilled the tires. And we didn't know it until my dad took the car in to have an oil change or something, and they're like, these tires are way too filled or something. And like, they... How overfilled were they? I don't know. They were... that the people that my dad took the car into, they said that they weren't going to touch the tires because... regulations and stuff. That they could get in trouble if something happened. So, they let my dad be the one to let some air out of the tires. I don't know. I don't know if it was up to like 90 or what, but it was bad. Well, because I don't remember why I stopped to put air in my tires, but I don't know if it was because the tire pressure light came on. But I stopped at like a gas station or something, and they have the thing where it puts the air, but they don't have the thing where you can test the PSI. And I didn't know about the little metal thing at that time. I was early to mid 20s at the time, maybe. I don't know. We learned things. It was a learning experience. So yes, I did not know that the tires can be overfilled. I'm so used to things being like automated. So it's like when when you put gas in, it automatically clicks off. When you're putting air in the tire, it does not do that. So I'm like, when does it stop? I'm like, is it good yet? I don't know. I don't know. At least it wasn't like that one meme pic where the person thought you had to get the PSI to 100 because they thought it meant percentage. Me, I just didn't know what percentage it was, and I just kept putting air in until I thought it looked like it wasn't flat anymore. And I did not know to check the PSI at all. Okay. Enough about my crazy backstories. Okay. We checked out different rooms in the house, but... Oh, wait, no. On the shelves in the living room were 2 hunting shotguns. I know it was dumb to play with them. And of course they did not do that. No, of course not. No. Yeah. Right? Right? But we did. Never pulled the trigger, just walked around the house with them like idiots, feeling cool. I've held a handgun in the woods, and then I fired it because I was with people that were firing guns. And then the guy I was dating at the time, then he told me, aim it down. Don't aim it too high up because it can go for miles. And I'm just like, why didn't you tell me this before I fired it? I don't know anything about guns. And I don't want to. Okay. We checked out different rooms in the house, but one really creeped us out. Yes, I understand we technically committed a break and enter or a trespass. But we honestly thought it was abandoned before we got inside. It still might be abandoned. They might be squatting there. I don't know. I don't know if the people living there are actually owns the place or not. I don't know. We'll find out. No, I don't think we will find out. I don't think they know. Once we were in, we figured it was somebody's hangout or something. Yeah. But it was pretty deep out in the woods. Anyway, one of the rooms had those mannequins that you see in a clothing store, but none of them were wearing any clothes, and they all had wigs, different lengths and colors. Something felt really off about that. The thing with the air is, I'm pretty sure I had messaged my family, my tire's low. And they told me to just stop and put air in, but then nobody ever taught me how to put air in. So, that's their fault. My parents failed me. They figured out that they failed me later. I am one of 5 children, so it's kind of like, yeah, there's certain knowledge that they're like, well, I taught all the other ones. I thought I taught you too. Nope. The amount of times that my mom tells me the same story, like 5 times. Because she forgot who she told them. Yeah, the room full of Mickey mannequins with wigs. I was letting that settle in my mind before getting back to it. They're just an artist. They like to draw manga and needed to pose the mannequins to see how the character would look. And it's got different wigs to match the different characters that they draw. That's it, 100%. Or they wear the wigs themselves because they are a celebrity, so they wear the wigs as an alternate identity, and keeping them on the mannequins just keeps them safe from any of the crap that happens to my wigs, where they're very bad and frizzy and all that. They're doing proper wig care. They just didn't care about the clothing for the mannequins because they wear their clothing. They could put their clothing on the mannequins, though. It could keep the clothing in nice shape if they put it on the mannequins. Unless their body size was not the same as the mannequins' body sizes, so their clothes would not fit the mannequins right. We solved it! Look at that! Yes, it's nothing creepy at all. It's what I said. One of those rooms had mannequins that you see in a clothing store, but none of them were wearing any clothes, and they all had wigs, different lengths and colors. Something felt really off about that, and we decided we'd had enough, and left after putting the guns back where we found them. Something Doctor Who mannequins. I've never watched Doctor Who because I want to start at the first season, and it sounds like you cannot get the first season, and here I am with an accent again. Somebody stop me. I'll only do it when I'm talking to myself, or when I'm... this is kind of talking to myself, I guess. When I'm in real life talking to other people, I don't do this. It's just when I'm talking to myself. I guess it's me bringing the mask down. I don't know. Or it's just from watching other people on YouTube and stuff, and them talking occasionally in accents and stuff, and I just pick it up. Ace Ventura, somebody stop me! Wait, that's wrong. Jim Carrey. The wrong Jim Carrey movie, that was The Mask. Yes. I've never watched Ace Ventura, but I have seen The Mask. Congestion. After canoeing back to our campsite, we told Pat's dad everything. He was almost as stunned as we were. That evening, we fished some more. Oh, this story still goes on. And Pat caught a fish that his dad cooked over the fire while we were eating dinner. 2 guys came by in a motor boat and stopped at our site. They were friendly enough. We all joked around a bit, and we had assumed they were just other campers or people out fishing. People like us. But then they invited us to their cabin, just across the water. They were gonna put the wigs on them. No, I don't know. Okay. We all joked around a bit. They invited us to their cabin, just across the water, to hang out. Pat's dad politely declined. And then they still lingered, and things just started to feel weird. The 2 guys were drinking quite a lot, but there was also a bong there, so they could be high and just be, like, not even realizing that they're making other people uncomfortable. That happens. But there could be also something worse going on here, but The two guys were drinking quite a lot and exchanging weird looks. Yeah, that's where it kind of was like, At one point, they even asked Pat and I if just the two of us would go hang out. Yeah, they're predators. Pat's dad gave them a stern no, and things were even more awkward. They stayed a while until it got dark, and then they left. Yeah, that's what I'm like with the wigs. They're gonna put the wigs on the boys and be like, be a girl for me. Uh, this is all conjecture though, but yeah, I don't know. It's easy to think up creepy things when you're reading a subreddit like this. Um, and things were even more awkward. They stayed a while until it got dark. Oh, at one point, they even asked Patton and I if just the two of us would go hang out. Pat's dad gave them a stern no. And things were even more awkward. I had to burp a little bit. They stayed a while until it got dark, and then they left. I used to not be able to burp when I was younger. I somehow learned. But sometimes I do still have to, like, force it, and it's weird. Okay. That night, Pat's dad and uncles stayed up all night by the fire while we were to sleep in the tent. We didn't do much sleeping, mostly just talking about how creeped out we were by those two guys that lived in that cabin, and their wigs, porn, and guns. Eventually, we fell asleep. In the morning, everything was packed up, and Pat's dad cut the trip short. We put the tent we were in away and left immediately. Most of the trip back was spent talking about how his dad was really freaked out about those guys. Pat and I have talked about it here and there over the years, but years ago we had a major falling out. I never did ask exactly where that cabin was. I wouldn't want to go back there anyway. To the wig-wearing hermits in the cabin, please, let's not meet again. Couldn't burp when you were younger? How do you get rid of the gas? Wait, never mind. It would... Okay, this might be more flat than I want. Sometimes when you have soda, you'll see the little bubbles, right? You see the little bubbles? It would be like that. Little bubbles up the back of my throat. Yeah, it'd just be like little bubbles bubbling up. The subtle flex, that's not what that was. That was not what that was. It was just little air bubbles coming up the back. It wasn't a big, it was just itty bitty bubble at a time. So, I would just be like, little bubbles at the back of my throat for like an hour, and I'm like, yeah, you thought I was farting. I mean, I could have. I don't remember. This was forever ago. But still, sometimes, in order to burp, I have to bring it in and then bring it out. But I've learned to be able to do that. Subtle. Look at my muscles. These are not muscles, though, but okay. Should I go get some weights and show you how not muscles they are? I could do it. To finish the story. You're gonna make me do it because it's on my mind now. found some 10-pound ones. Ah! See, they sit head on them. Oh my gosh. I can't. I can't do it. It hurts. It's too much. It's too much. I cannot do it. I cannot do it. Just, this is what happens. Okay, if I hold it, I might be able to just hold them. That's a redeem idea. Oh no. Oh no. What? Redeeming the channel points? The bows? Or are you talking about something else? See, I can hold them. Okay, it's not too bad. But anything more than 10 pounds. Get me swole. Oh, I just cried the whole time. Okay, we're done. I can hold it, but oh, am I gonna feel it tomorrow? My arms feel funny now. They feel tingly. Oh, if you do not want your story narrated and do not want to be bothered with PMs asking for permission, you have the option to flare your story with the flare no narrations. I hope I haven't... Flare would be like at the top, right? I think I would notice if there was one that said no narrations. My hands feel tingly. I need to learn how to do redeem stuff. I'm like... Looks like... I mean, I've read other ones, but I don't think any of the other ones said anything like that. But I'm glad that I happened upon that. I think someone is watching me. Not all creeps are old men. This is very true. Did anyone think they were? Are they old women too, or are they young men? There could be young women too. Or also young non-binary or old non-binary. Creeps come in all ages and all sizes. And all races. Sketchy ice cream truck. Oh dear. Okay. Something reminded me of this the other day, and while thinking about it, I thought it might warrant a post on here. Many years ago, I want to say around 1997 to 98, some friends and I, how old were you? I went to visit a guy we knew who sold us weed. Okay, old enough to be buying weed. But that does not really tell me the age range, because I'm sure there's 11-year-olds who smoke weed, because their parents might also and not care. But, so, that tells me nothing. Like, I feel like that some of the guys, when I was in elementary school, just always felt like they were probably doing drugs and stuff in that young age. This was like 5th grade, but yeah. So I mean, what, 11, 12? I don't know. I forget what ages or what grades. Okay. Some friends and I went to visit a guy who sold us weed. We knew him well enough and were friendly enough that we'd usually stay, smoke up, and have a few beers, and shoot the breeze when we went to his house. It was a weekday night in early summer, so we were all standing around in his backyard talking. He lived in a particular subdivision here in town, where a lot of the houses in the neighborhood had alleys behind them. So the accent earlier made me think, maybe I can have people request that I say things in DIZ's voice. I feel like I've heard people say DIZ a lot. Is that a kingdom, or is that something else? Was that people saying when I was reading or playing Kingdom Hearts? Or... Alright, tell me, who's DIZ? He will, just waiting. The mysterious red bandaged guy. Have I run across him yet? Red bandaged. Oh, who's fully bandaged. Okay. I hate you so much. Okay. Wait. I don't remember Roxas saying that he hates them so much, but... Oh, you should share. He's so much too nice to for some good. Yeah. He's the guy in the beginning who was not wearing the nobody cloak. He was just bandaged. You could see his eye. I don't... Wait, were the bandages red? Or just that his eyes were red or something? See, with me is... It's hard to do voices consciously. It just... I do it when I do it, and then I don't remember what voice I was just using a moment ago for this person, and then I'm like, am I still using the same voice that I was using for them? I have no idea. I'm just gonna continue reading it. Okay. We knew him well enough, and were friendly enough, that we'd usually stay, smoke up, have a few beers, and shoot the breeze when we went to his house. It was a weekday night in early summer, so we were all standing around in his backyard talking. He lived in a particular subdivision here in town, where a lot of the houses in the neighborhood had alleys behind them. Anyway, it was probably midnight to 12:30 a.m., and as we stood there talking, we started to hear this faint music off in the distance. There was an ice cream truck at midnight? Oh, you threw a video on Discord, so I'll have a refresher later. Thank you. Did they ever say his name? Did they say his name later? I feel like they'd just been mysterious about who he is. Ice cream truck at midnight. And as we stood there talking, we started to hear this faint music off in the distance. Didn't think anything of it at first, and we just kept talking. Then we noticed it getting louder, and I could identify the melody. It was For Elise by Beethoven, and it sounded even closer. Once it got close enough, you could clearly tell it was coming from an ice cream truck. And sure enough, down the alley behind this guy's house comes rolling an ice cream truck. Maybe going like 10 miles per hour. About what they usually go, right? The alleys are badly lit in that area, so we never got a clear view of the driver. After it drove on through, we all looked at each other and were like, what the hell is an ice cream man doing driving out after midnight? Oh, jeez. With his truck music on, Going down an alley, no less. Yeah. I'm trying to think about how release even sounds. I'm so used to the what is that shouldn't be any like for release is old enough, right? And then I got an ad. The thing that I hate about YouTube ads is the having to skip them. Like, I would be fine with ads if they just, ran their course. Sometimes with YouTube ads, if you don't skip them, they go for like 3 minutes or longer. And you're just like, I feel like I've had an ad that, like, when I went to look at it, it was like an hour long if you don't skip it. And I'm like, what the heck, YouTube? Why do you do this? Like, I want to be able to do something else and not have to go back and skip things. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's weird. Why an ice cream truck would be playing that sound? Because now my mind is like, maybe they were actually a drug dealer. I don't know about that. And they just told people, if you're for release, it's us and we're selling drugs. And not... Because if they were trying to, like, lure children and abduct them, you think they would play the regular ice cream music. Kids wake up in the middle of the night like, there's ice cream! I'm gonna go buy ice cream in the middle of the night! But if they're playing for release, that wouldn't be bringing any children out. Now the stream is gonna get DMCA'd for a dead composer. Yep, it's true. But I don't know. Yeah, my thought is that they were probably selling drugs or something. Selling joints. Are they selling for the people who had the munchies, right? I don't know. I really don't. I could be totally wrong about this, but yeah, the fact that it was like for release and not, the regular do. What kid would hear for release and like ice cream? So it doesn't seem like they were luring children. I don't know. The alleys are badly lit in that area, so we never got a clear view of the driver. After it drove on through, we all looked at each other and were like, what the hell is an ice cream man doing driving out after midnight with his truck music on? Going down an alley, no less. It was surreal enough, and us being stoned made it even more so. A few minutes later, we hear the music again, and it getting louder again, and the truck rolls back down the alley, going in the opposite direction. Not like I was in fear for my life or anything, but just the weird spectacle of that. The incongruity of it made us all feel uneasy. I'm sure the weed didn't help that either. I still wonder what that driver was doing to this day. Today the tactic would be play Baby Shark or Kendrick Lamar or Lana Del Rey. Or Del Rey. I totally didn't mess that up. It's a date rel. Del Rey. I don't know. Now, why did you have to go and do that? Now I'm gonna have Baby Shark in my head. Once upon a time, there was a news report of an ice cream van selling drugs not far from where I lived. No idea how true it is, but your story reminded me of that. I've heard a story of drug dealing ice cream men as well. That actually crossed my mind. But it would be pretty foolhardy to be doing it after midnight, roaming down alleys. you'd stick out like a sore thumb. Maybe he's having a late night test of his new music. Though I've always thought Furley sounded vaguely sad. However, when it's coming from the Midnight Ice Cream Man, it's damn creepy. Foolhardy. There's a term I don't see often these days. Yeah. Sometimes Reddit, I'll see like words. I'm like, oh, hey. Man, I don't want to hear about that. That would get me paranoid. It can happen in the safest of accommodations. Yeah. This guy from Alcoholics Anonymous started stalking me. A strange man showed me a slip leash. He had no dog with him. I almost got abducted. Some of these, I'm just like, I'm wary to read. I hate how people now use A when they're trying to say A. I means yes. Was spelling or vocal? Okay, yeah. A. I usually just pick up from context, but I kind of feel ya. A meaning yes, I kind of agree. I. But yeah, pronounced I instead of A. I, Captain. Man the decks. Oh, horrifying anti-Jewish man. I think my mom's instinct saved us. Plus a disturbing update to the man at the hotel. Not that big of a deal, but still gonna tell the story. Okay, I like that. Not that big of a deal. When I was like 12, I sometimes took the subway to go back home from school. I've always had the habit to be really careful of my surroundings in general. I feel ya. I might not sometimes in my own house. Even then. If anything, it's just that I sometimes run into the doorway. But I'll be like aware like things are on the floor. I'll be aware things are on the floor and then instead trip over a coffee table. I don't trip over Legos or anything like that. It's the big obvious things. Okay. Anyways, that's not the story. Really careful of my surroundings in general. This time, I noticed someone, mid-50s, tall, didn't seem sober, staring right at me. Being the naive 12-year-old I was, I smiled a little and looked away. But when I got out of the subway, I noticed he got out too, and I felt like he was following me. I decided to stop at a corner because he didn't seem aggressive and to let him pass in front of me, which he did. Next thing you know, he was back behind me again. Probably did the same thing as me. I didn't think that much of it, as he just stopped following me at one point on my way home. Fast forward a few weeks, subway again. The moment I step into the train, I feel weird, like there's something wrong. And I notice the same guy. See, I get anxiety. And so sometimes, like, I get that kind of feeling. And I'm like, I don't know. Because there was a while when I was on anxiety medication. And I was going to college. And, like, I was fine when I was on the medication going to college. And then when I got off the medication, I'm like, nope, I can't go. I can't drive that distance. But I'm like, being on meds that whole time, nothing happened. So, it is in my mind. But a lot of times these days, I will still kind of like, I'll have that, I'll, like, if I'm gonna go to Walmart or something, It's like 3 p.m. I'm like, nope, not going, not going, not going. I wait until like 5 p.m. and like I feel better, and then I go. Like, I never go at like 3 p.m., so I don't know if anything would have happened. But when I go at 5, nothing happens. But, I don't know. I don't know if I'm listening to a gut feeling or what. But there's also been times when it's like, my stomach was like, don't do it. And then I end up running across somebody, and I'm like, that I did not want to run across. But then nothing really happens either. It's just like, oh, yay, person that I did not want to run across. Miss being able to go to Walmart at like 2 in the morning. Same. As a night owl, it being almost 1 in the morning already, and I'm nowhere near going to sleep. I like don't often lay down and oh yeah, see, you guys can see my time. It's right there for you guys. You don't go to sleep till at least like 4 a.m. But yes. Oh, there's times back when I was working, and I'd get off work at midnight, and then I'd go to Walmart afterward. There's no doing that anymore. Okay. Fast forward a few weeks, subway again. The moment I step into the train, I feel weird, like there's something wrong. And I notice the same guy, still looking high, and still looking straight at me. This time I knew something was off, but I was just too scared to publicly yell at him, even though I probably should have. It's weird seeing people spell should have instead of saying should have. In certain situations, this person I know on Discord who lives... Does he live? I think he lives in Saudi Arabia. And sometimes he'll put I've in a sentence, but it'll be like, in a location where any native English speaker would not have put it as a conjunction. What's the word? Something like that. They would have said I have, not I've. Like, I've 3 coconuts. Any English speaker would say I have 3 coconuts. He put I've 3 coconuts. It's just like, what? Okay. But that's what that should have reminds me of. But I don't know, because it's not too weird. Not the way that he would do it, but it's still a little bit throwing me off. Okay, I got out of the subway, and same thing, he was right behind me. Not even discreet, like he was following me closely. Burp. I'd say 10 meters away. This time I felt like he wanted more, and he probably did. So I didn't get close to him to let him pass like last time. I just accelerated and went straight to the bar next to my place. It's a small bar. My parents know the owner. Really kind old guy. I told him I was being followed, and he offered me 2 choices. Either he offers me a soda, and I wait it out. He'll get bored of waiting outside eventually. That's what I did. Or he went outside with a baseball bat. I don't have a baseball bat, but here's a weight. Ah! Okay, we're good. I'm just gonna... Wait, am I don't know posture. What is this one? I don't feel like I'm doing it right. Anyways. Sorry, I had fun. Do we have a baseball bat in my house? I have a not very sharp machete with jagged ends on the other side. Still, if I'm holding this, are you telling me you're not? It's not sharp, but I think it's mostly like for whacking bushes or something. But are you gonna be afraid? I hope so. It's a nice looking machete. Thank you. It comes in a little case. And then it was like in Walmart hunting gear stuff. So it's also got rope that you can use. Although the rope looks all really gross now, but. And then things are so rusted, the buttons won't close. So yeah, I don't have a baseball bat, but I got a machete. I had a, shocker. What is it called? Taser. But it stopped working. I don't know why it stopped working. I've never used it on anybody. But I'd hold it and just stop working. I should have pepper spray, but I never really carried the pepper spray around. I lived in a dry dock RV for a while, and it was just... I never actually had anything scary happen while I was living there. But I was just out on a coworker's property, and I'd pay them $300 a month to have it there. And I just had it just in case anybody ever tried anything. Anyways, back to the story. Okay. Baseball bat, where is that? Two choices. Baseball bat. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. But I was right there. Baseball bat. To be honest, that was the right choice. But I didn't want any... Oh, but to be honest, that was the right choice. But I didn't want any other trouble. And I was already terrified. So I just stayed inside, called my mom, and explained everything. And being in a bar at 6:30 in winter, obviously, some guy... Oh, OP is not a she, I think. Okay. Being in a bar at 6:30 in winter, obviously, some guy tries something. See, I was a small guy, young, and to be honest, I looked harmless. So that other guy just asks me if I have a girlfriend, and I say yes. Then he asks if I love her, and I say yes. And then, what? Out of nowhere, he asks if I'd like to try the back door. And I don't know what to say. I just stay there, bamboozled of what I had just heard. Then something clicks, and I realize that... Oh, he's not even saying with his girlfriend, but with the guy? Something clicks, and I realize that even though I was young, I was not a small kid anymore. So I decide to slap him and go home. After checking that the other guy left. What is... So yeah, that's it. Basically 2 creepy dudes hitting up on a 12-year-old kid who just wants to go home and play Red Dead or something. To this day, I'm still scared of the subway, and I avoid taking it mainly because of those guys. Thanks for reading. What is going on? There's a young boy, and there's a lot of weird guys going after a 12-year-old boy? Am I confused? I'm confused. But that's okay. I mean, I know it's not like it never happens. But it's like two people in one day? Like, what? Are they like really feminine or something? Or where do they live? And I don't know. I really don't. Wait, was that second guy the bar owner? No, it wasn't. He was just a half-drunk guy in the bar. Yeah. From the beginning, I thought it was a girl. Probably live in the type of area where creepos go, you got a pretty mouth. Jeez. Put me back to that ice cream story. Were you in here when I read that one? It's like, how old was the girl? I don't know. I've read a lot of. Why have so many of these stories like between the ages of 9 and 14? She was licking ice cream, and the guy took a video of her eating her ice cream cone. Just like it just reads as like one of those creepy like what that tongue do, and it's just like it's like dude, she's way too young. Like, ugh. So many of these stories have been such young ages, though. I had a creepy hostel roommate. I didn't realize how bad it was until the last day. A few years ago. Okay, finally. Somebody who's older. But then again, maybe that makes sense, because maybe that's that age where you kind of learn how effed up that there are effed up people out there, and to ward yourself against them. Okay. A few years ago, I was solo traveling in South Korea after finishing a semester abroad in Japan. I was 21, still pretty naive and carefree. My friends... Oh, I'm gonna need to stop reading soon. My voice is getting hoarse. Okay, this will be the last story, because... yeah. A few years ago, I was solo traveling in South Korea after finishing a semester abroad in Japan. I was 21, still pretty naive and carefree. My friends had been flown home. Can you tell I'm losing my voice? It's been 4 hours, so... So I figured I'd explore Seoul. How do you say it? I don't think it's just Seoul, but I do not speak Korean. It's like Seoul. Okay. On my own for a few days before heading back to Japan, and then home. Okay, so yeah, after going to South Korea after being in Japan. Okay, I'm on track. Okay. And then home. I booked a hotel in Gangnam, a safe neighborhood, which had had good reviews. But I made one big mistake. I booked a mixed dorm. I thought mixed meant a blend of people. Oh. But when I got there, it was just me sharing a room with 5 men. Because other girls were like, yeah, no, we're not going to go with the mixed because we're going to be with a bunch of guys. It's probably... It should be mixed, but enough other women have had enough bad experience to be like, nope, going with a girl only. Thank you. And there are guys who are like, I'm gonna do mixed, and then I might be able to see a woman, maybe watch her get undressed while we're there in the same room. I don't really. I've never been to a hostel, so Me sharing a room with 5 men. I told myself it was fine. I was just there to sleep. Most people in hostels are chill anyway, right? For the most part, that turned out to be true. I even went out for dinner with 2 of the guys staying there, and they were really nice. But one of them gave me weird vibes from the very beginning. Something about him just felt off. I tried to brush it off, thinking that maybe he was just awkward or shy. I didn't want to judge too quickly. So I stayed friendly, but kept my distance. Still, the red flags kept stacking up. Every morning, when I got ready and did my makeup at the little vanity table, he would just stand behind me, staring silently through the mirror. Not saying anything, just watching me. When I asked, "Do you need something?" he'd always go, "No," and just kept watching until I got visibly uncomfortable and irritated. He also kept asking me when I planned to shower, even though we had shared but separate bathrooms with stalls. No reason he should be concerned about my schedule. As in that, just thinking he's asking to be considerate so that he won't be taking over the shower, or to know. Like, when he should take a shower, when the shower will be open. That's not why he's asking, girl. No reason he should be concerned about my schedule. How old are they? I'm kind of like 21. I don't know. I'm going to do my best not to, like, victim blame there, but it's so hard because, like, growing up, my mom was very, like, hyper vigilant about warning me about that kind of stuff. So when I hear, like, other people who just aren't hyper vigilant, I'm like, why wouldn't you not have avoided that situation in the first place? Which I only do because my mom was very hyper vigilant about that stuff, so I don't know. I try not to victim blame. My experience is just different, and but I mean, just like clearly, it's because he's hoping to catch you naked. It's the fact that mentioned victim blaming almost make me guilty of it. Like I wish we lived in a world where we didn't have the creeps like this. But we do, and yeah, sometimes we have to just do what we can, let them have, or do what we can to keep ourselves safe and stuff. Which sucks. It sucks. 1,000,000 times it sucks. Yeah, it's starting soon. Even though we shared, this is slightly remind me of a post from Caffeinated Kitty. Caffeinated Kitty, you say? Caffeinated Kitty. That is a lovely name. He also kept asking me when I planned to shower, even though we had shared but separate bathrooms with stalls. No reason he should be concerned about my schedule. He'd always ask what I was doing each day and wanted to hang out constantly. I politely declined every time. I don't know who's on. Do you have an ad this time? No ad? Yes, ad. She describes myself as a villain life coach who traumatizes the men who bothered her. I'm so what is that word? Duality. Because sometimes I'm like, yes, destroy all men. But then I'm like, I feel so bad for men and they go through all this crap and like, that's totally sucks. But it's not just that I do the former, it's that I do both. How do I, how is it both? But I think it's like when you get that alpha male is the one that I'm like, destroy all of them. Destroy them all. If I ever talk bad about men, I am probably in my head picturing alpha males, and I'm not picturing average, kind, good human males. And I think any of the kind, good human males try to keep in mind that when women are like, all men suck, that the men that they are talking about in their head is those alpha males. And that they are not meaning to direct it at you. And I'm sorry if you ever feel like it's being directed at you. Today I saw a video from her wherein she talked about a guy who she was on a date with, and he called her paranoid for putting her hand over her drink, but in reality she was just doing a passive Levi Ackerman impression. What would he say about me? Because I would take my drink into the bathroom with me. And a lot of people are like, ew, that's gross. And I'm like, I will take it. Between the two options, bring my drink into the bathroom, which might be gross. But I usually like... I don't actually go to bars, so, I mean... If I go to a bar, it's more likely that I'd probably finish my drink before going to the bathroom. Maybe. I don't know. But it's like if I was ever at like a house party and it was just a beer, yeah, I'd bring it to the bathroom with me because you can lock the door and just set it on the counter while you're in the toilet. And I always put the lid down so I don't have all those germs that could get into when it's flushing, so... I know that there's always like kind of remnant germs in the bathroom, but it's still gonna be better than getting drugged. Oh, so she decided to give him a taste of what women go through by making him wonder if she slipped something into the drink that he chugged. But yeah, we shouldn't, as women, or anybody really, we shouldn't have to bring drinks to the bathroom or chug them before going to the bathroom. But until we, overthrow the government and become a total anarchy, and we just allow society as a whole to murder the people who do these bad things. This is where my mind went. You're a bad person, we will just do bad things to you in return. I don't know. I swear, I feel like that's where we're headed with some of the crap going on. Just anarchy. Just taking the law into our own hands and being like, this guy needs to be put down. And yet I'm a total pacifist and I would probably never be able to do it myself, but I think if other people were doing it, I wouldn't stop them. I might not join in, but I probably wouldn't stop them if I knew that they deserved it. Anyway, I'm sorry. Okay. Every day I wanted to hang out constantly, but politely declined every time. Then one day I randomly ran into him at a subway station. Hey, look, a subway, just like the last story. The actual train, not the food place. Nowhere near the hostel. I had just visited. I'm tripping up that much over the word visited. There's no way I'm saying that next word. Deoxygon Palace. If it was Chinese or Japanese, I could probably take a better guess at being able to pronounce it, but it's in South Korea. They're in South Korea. If it was Chinese or Japanese, I could take a stab at pronouncing it, but I have not studied Korean, so maybe at some point I will, but that checks out. So that's my guess at pronouncing it. Palace. The only thing with Chinese is I can usually phonetically pronounce it, but I might not have the tones. Yeah, Seoul was mentioned. I was about to head back. There he was. I played it off, but it made me uneasy, because what were the odds? I kept telling myself I was just being paranoid. I didn't want to cause drama, and honestly, I was still dumb and trusting back then. School emoji. Yeah, maybe that's it. I feel like I was a sheltered child, but at the same time, my mom was always... My mom grew up when, like, the Green River Killer was active and stuff, and so... When she was a teen, it was like teenage girls her age were going missing and stuff. So... always, like... And then, just... me walking to the bus stop, there's, like, one place where there's, like, a bunch of trees, and, like, I feel like she's always paranoid about that corner right there. Like... Anyways, but my last morning was the last straw for me. Probably the last morning. It's my last chance to get a piece of that, is what he's thinking. I woke up early, still half asleep, and drifted back to sleep. Oh, ew. The next time I opened my eyes, he was sitting by my bedside, leaning over me, stroking my face and my shoulders. Ugh. I shot him immediately and was like, what the hell are you doing? He didn't give me a real answer, but just mumbled something vague. I felt sick to my stomach. I feel sick to my stomach for you. Yeah. I got up, packed my things, and told him, oh, wait, was this not supposed to be their last night? Or last day? It might not have been. That's just when they were like, I got up, packed my things, and told them I was checking out. I don't know if they were intending to check out that day. Or if that was just the last straw, and they're like, yeah, I'm leaving now. I told them I was checking out. They kept following me around the room, trying to make conversation like nothing had happened. I dropped the friendly act completely and started snapping at him, asking if he wasn't going to pack too, reminding him that his flight wasn't until way later. And then he said, I really like you. I told him that was inappropriate, considering we'd only known each other for 5 days. I don't know. Because, yeah, there's people who, all it takes is 5 days to know that they like somebody. They might not know that they're in love and want to spend the rest of their life with them, but yeah. I told him that was inappropriate considering we'd only known each other for 5 days. He replied, sometimes you just know. He kept saying he wanted to meet again, maybe in Europe someday. We were both European, and tried to get my number. I refused. He pushed. Eventually, I gave it to him just to get him to back off, knowing I'd block him anyway. Nothing technically happened, I guess, but I still feel disgusting. And I was furious at myself for being polite for so long. But at the same time, being too firm might have triggered something worse. He felt unpredictable. That was the first and last time I've ever stayed in a mixed dorm. I've always stayed in female-only dorms ever since. I've never had an experience like that again, thankfully. Yeah. Experiences like that is why there was no other girls there, though. And that's the unfortunate thing. Because, yeah, if it was like, even then, if it was equal boy to girl ratio, sometimes people end up coupling up and you could end up being stuck with a guy that you do not like, and because everyone else is all couple up and that guy's like, I want to couple up with you, and you're like, no. Sometimes you just know, yeah, and sometimes you just know that somebody is not fit for society. Yep. I'm not a woman, but I have been homeless, and for a pretty significant amount of time. And that sense you get when someone just seems off is never, ever, ever something you should ignore. They put it in caps, so I decided to just really emphasize it. And I disagree that nothing really happened. This mega creep you didn't even know was stroking your face as you slept. WTF. I'm not trying to sound like a white knight, but if I would have seen that, I would have slapped some sense into that scumbag. Like, I don't know. Are people giving guys problems about being white knights? If you see something, say something. Unless it's like that they are dating. Don't step between a couple. Even if he seems abusive sometimes, I don't really know. I don't necessarily mean that, but I think the only time people might get, accused of being a white knight is if you're stepping in between a couple. And this is not a couple. The term that chuds use. I don't really know what the term chud means. If I would have seen that, I would have slapped some sense into that scumbag, and the hostel staff definitely would have found out. Why didn't you report that shit? Don't be afraid to keep yourself safe. Yeah, why didn't you report that shit? This is so frequently my question in similar posts, which are way too many to be considered normal. Why? What kept you from reporting it to the hostel staff, OP? I get it, but I also get not reporting. It's funny because I read these stories and I'm like, you should have reported that. And then I'm like, if I was in that situation, I probably would not have reported it either. F. Oh well. Yeah. Yep. 7. Fictional names are required. Have I read any stories? Oh yeah, the one. The camping story. There was names. I feel like a lot of these stories have not had names. Because a lot of times you don't necessarily need it. It'll just be like, my mom, me, my dad, the creep who was watching me eat ice cream. A lot of times you can easily tell a story without names at all. Sometimes I think I prefer it because that way I can keep people, straight in my mind. I'm like, Mom. When people actually use a designated name for the person who's their mom, sometimes I forget that that's their mom they're talking about, and I'm like, what? Anne did what now? Are you into Anne? Wait, what? Anne's your mom. Oh. And then 5 seconds later, I forget that Anne is their mom again. Just say my mom. Please. Please. Is it so much to ask? So weird for me reading not Discord, Reddit stories where people give their moms names in the story. Fake numbers. You need to learn to give out fake number rejection hotlines. Real good. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Sometimes I click things and then it... No! Why does... I read it. It's like I click on it and it collapses. Okay. Darn it. Phone's dead. Asking about when you're going to shower really creeps me out. What was he planning on? So gross. I'm glad you're safe. But to set up a camera in there? I don't... What if he set up a camera in there? It wouldn't matter, because he'd just wait. Then he would be asking, when was the last time you showered? So he could go through his camera footage and find it. As an Indian, while reading, I was afraid that the guy will turn out to be an Indian. Is it racist if it's against your own kind? I'm glad that there's not. I wouldn't have thought that, but I know what he... I kind of know what he means. I know there is a stereotype about Indians being... Oh gosh. Yeah. I had this doctor one time, I think he was Indian, and like, he's gonna check my heartbeat, and so like, I think I like raised up my shirt so that he could like get there, and then he's all like, he'd like pulled my shirt down, and then he's like went like that or something. I don't... It was weird, and I feel like it ended up showing off my bra or something. It was so... I think I stopped seeing him soon after that. And I should have reported him, but it was just such a weird parameter, and I'm like, I get if he's like doing it here, but he's going like for the under, and I'm like, shouldn't I just... It was a while ago, so my memory on it is faded, but it's just like, buddy, ugh. He just happened to be, I'm pretty sure, Indian. What a note to end it on. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to read another story. My voice is gonna give out. Well, that's all just some creepy stories of some creepy people who are out there. These people are out there, so watch out, guys. Keep yourselves safe. Where's my Streamlabs? And yeah, like I always say, especially after this one, take care of yourselves in all aspects. Take care of yourselves. Listen to your inner voices. Unless they're telling you to do bad things. Sorry, listen to your gut reactions. Don't do bad things. Do not be like these people. Where am I pointing? This is just my camera. My screen is gone. Do not be like these people in these stories. The creepy guys. Not the people experiencing it. But also be like, somewhat like the people who were experiencing it, because they did keep themselves safe. They figured out what to do after they realized that things were going wrong, and they got themselves safe. So, yes, take care of yourselves, and I will try to do the same.